Well, good morning. Welcome to another meeting of the Corona Committee, the 76th meeting. Today's title is Columbus' Rotten Eggs. We'll get back to it later. This committee was established more than a year ago with the objective of taking a closer look at the virus occurrence and the measures, the countermeasures taken. I'm very lucky to be here today because I suffered lumbago, and I can only work today because I had a very skillful physiotherapist. So I hope I can stick it out all day long. If I were to suffer pain, I might stop in mid-session, but for the moment it works. Now, Columbus' egg is, of course, the image, the metaphor for a seemingly unsolvable problem, and we are being presented with ever new solutions for the so-called pandemic. And we can see that it's a very rotten egg because people wind up with other problems, and the solution isn't all that it promises to be, and that is the way with many things we're dealing with today, and we'll take a closer look at many of those rotten eggs today. Now, at the very beginning, we have Matthew Ehret here again. He's a journalist, a historian, and he also founded the Canadian Patriot Review magazine. We had him with us twice already, and today he'll speak about the topic of astroturfing, i.e. the creation of so-called grassroots movements that are actually created by agents and are infiltrated from the very beginning. We know that with self-help groups in the pharmaceutical sector, for instance, people who get together there are sometimes not genuine, which means that sometimes alternative treatments or additional treatments that people could choose, that they are blocked by those people active in the self-help groups. I know that from a acquaintance of mine who was in an Alzheimer self-help group, when all of the alternative treatments that can be used, acupuncture, etc., was systematically talked down by other people, particularly decision makers within this group. So I suspect that it was such an astroturfing thing to counteract this kind of question.
At the end, we're going to show a little video on that, 3 little videos. One of them being a talk of a member of the EU Parliament. There have been a number of people awaken, saying we're going too far, we're not afraid of being having the virus, but the national kings not wanting to give up their power again and want to continue. And we have the talk of a German member of the EU Parliament, Christina Anderson. We do know that probably we're going to get a little shitstorm in that because she is a member of the AfD as well. But we have said that we do talk to everyone, especially if these topics are concerned in which we are working in the same direction. So it doesn't mean we agree to the party or its ideas, but this speech, which we've seen as a video before, matches to what we have found so far, and that's why we play it. And that is why we think other politicians and other parties may be encouraged to do so as well. After that, in order to see as well, as this EU member of the parliament came, we had Matthew Andrews from the Labour Party in Victoria. They have let the cat out of the sack, saying everybody vaccinated every 6 months. If you don't do that, you're not vaccinated, with the respective issue. And another text, another clip by Cheryl Atkinson, a genius person as 10 minutes on astroturfing, and you really find out what's going on. And we are going to talk about this topic with Matthew Ehret as well right now before that. Guten Morgen, Matthew. Ich weiß, du hast...
Well, it's in the wee hours of the morning, so here in Montreal it's 5 o'clock, and I'll try my best to be as cogent as humanly possible. I'm not used to waking up this early, but I'll hopefully not put your viewers to sleep. I know that we had discussed the idea of astroturfing, and I will briefly touch upon that a little bit indirectly, but that won't be necessarily the focus of my brief presentation today. And since we began a little bit late, let me just quickly ask, will I be speaking for 60 minutes, or should I cut it down to 50?
Do take your time and tell it like it is. Don't take any unnecessary precautions. I know that viewers are really happy that you're with us, and everybody wants to hear what you have to say. Unabridged.
Okay. All right, unabridged. So I think that well, I'll do a little bit of a screen share here before I proceed. Here we are. So I arranged a few thoughts today because we are on the verge of a major conference, which is being heralded as the most important conference for climate change in the world. That will be a 2-week-long event with 25,000 delegates coming to the UK, to Scotland, essentially to attempt, and I don't think this is going to work, but to attempt to essentially reset society and create the foundations for a new set of values, which is supposedly going to be brought online, perhaps after a period of chaos, whereby the new set of values that will emerge, we are told, will be drastically different from anything that we have ever known in the age of abundance that is long gone, they say. And we're constantly being told that we have to prepare for a new age of scarcity, of living with less, and just tightening our belts. Meanwhile, but not for everybody. There are some who, as we've seen from the golden collar class who frequent Davos, that some will supposedly be the owners of the things that everyone else will have the privilege of renting from, or provided their behavior is acceptable to the new standards. We are today going through a profound shift. That is very true. We are at the end of a system which we could see now is going through turbulence. The banking system is in a situation where it's basically not a banking system anymore in the West. We have become one big speculative bubble. Most of it is fictitious capital, and we discussed this in my last opportunity to speak to your audience. The underlying debt, which is sustaining these bubbles, this fictitious capital, is itself chimerical. It will never be paid. It cannot be paid. It is waiting for a chain reaction set of defaults. The thing which is most important amongst all of this, which I want to go through in the course of 3 sections in this short presentation, will be the quality of ideas that has brought us to the crisis. Because human beings, and I'm going to say this now and I'm going to say this at the end, the nature of human beings, then what are we? This is what everything boils down to in terms of trying to understand geopolitics, history, trying to problem solve or see the pathways out of a storm. You have to realize that everything boils down to the nature of human beings. And are we a creature whose species character is defined by material circumstances, genetic, our environment, for example, or material things? Is that really what limits us as a human species? Because that is certainly what limits most other species that we know of in the biosphere. Or do we have something additional on top of those material conditions? Do we have a set of metaphysical things known as ideas that are right or wrong, and free will to abide by good ideas and reject bad ideas? Because if we tolerate bad ideas for too long, there are consequences that must be paid. And if that means a system collapses, then we should have learned while we had time. And I think we still do have time. So what are some of the bad ideas? I'm going to go through this, like I said, in 3 sections. The first part will be a brief overview of some of the recent political, strategic circumstances of our age. The second will be some historical backdrop, featuring an insight into the governing ideas going back from the 1940s until the present. And then we're going to look at some science, specifically what has been kept from us as far as scientific method is concerned in the recent several decades, as a poor element on the periodic table has been very much demonized, and and that element is, or that molecule is carbon dioxide, which is not a pollutant. It's not a dangerous thing, and it is very, very similar to the problems of people who believe in COVID-19 as the cause of the great upcoming supposed pandemic that could destroy everybody unless we radically modify our global behavior. So, just to begin, a quote that caught me from a book from 1956, How to Lie with Statistics, is quite good. A well-wrapped statistic is better than Hitler's big lie. It misleads, yet it cannot be pinned on you. This is a very important lesson to keep in mind in this book, How to Lie with Statistics. Keep in mind is also amongst one of Bill Gates's favorite books that he has put on his recommended reading list. What is COP26? So as I said, this is something that will begin very shortly until November 12th. And the aims of it are very simple. It is being governed by a fellow Canadian. I'm very sorry that we've presented him to the world. From Canada, named Mark Carney, who has been held responsible for managing much of this. He's a high-level technocrat, as many people know, an investment banker from Goldman Sachs who rose to become the governor of the Bank of Canada for a period, and then the governor of the Bank of England, as well as the head of the Financial Stability Board right after Mario Draghi had filled the post, where he regulated and managed international derivatives. He managed the implementation of a global bail-in regime to prepare for stealing people or confiscating people's savings under the conditions of an economic meltdown. And he's now been in charge of managing COP26. So what are the objectives and aims of COP26? I've alluded to it already, but essentially in short form, lower the CO2 emissions to net zero by 2050, supposedly to keep temperatures 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. All right, that's what they're saying. That's what they want to do, supposedly because those temperature changes are tied to carbon dioxide made by human beings. That's the assertion. We're going to evaluate whether that's true or not very shortly. CO2 reduction targets from every nation have to be made legally binding and enforceable by new global bodies that have to be brought online that have more power than sovereign nation states. The creation of a global carbon market, which is what Carney has been spearheading for a number of years now, which is Article 6 of the Paris Accords that never really went through because many nations, they realize that if they go along with this, they're going to be sacrificed and there will be mass death. So this has been something that has faced a lot of resistance. And as well, a vastly expanded set of conservation areas of the world. The Congo River Basin area is a major one. And the idea is to expand what already exists to make areas completely impossible to develop with hydroelectric dams or water management systems or anything that disturbs the supposedly mathematical equilibrium, the homeostasis of ecosystems, which computer models that we use demand exist. Now, that might not necessarily be true. There might not be any such homeostasis that actually exists, even though the computer models that think for us all demand it, because that's what computer models, they're fundamentally based upon certain binary mathematical systems of equations that are all premised upon balance. You don't seem to see that in the physical space-time of nature, where evolution of life is constantly changing and moving in a very dynamic way. Additionally, Carney wants to get $135 trillion of investment into renewable energy, wind and solar, primarily over 30 years. One of the things that Carney has said recently, in 2019, this was a major banking conference where he said that climate disclosures must become comprehensive, climate risk management must be transformed, and sustainable investment must go mainstream. He then took on a more threatening tone, saying the firms that anticipate these developments will be rewarded handsomely. Those that don't will cease to exist. Other bankers at the similar conference where he spoke included people like Larry Fink and others from BlackRock, who had called for a financial regime change. This is right before COVID was sprung onto the world. The idea of, and what Carney has been really pushing with many of these financiers from JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Citibank, Deutsche Bank, many of the banks that are part of the Green Climate Compact, which is essentially an agreement that we will no longer, as bankers, fund or provide loans to dirty companies that create CO2. And that also includes specifically a targeting of Africa and the developing sector that desperately needs to use the coal and other oil and resources under their soil for their development to end hunger and end poverty, but they're being told that they're not going to be allowed because the greater threat is against nature. And if you develop your people, it means you're going to hurt nature. So we have to withhold funding, or at least punish you by imposing prohibitively large interest rates on loans that you will make things very financially impossible to develop. So to go back in time a little bit here, I want to just pick up where we left off in a previous segment, which dealt with the role of things like the Rockefeller Foundation, the Macy Foundation, the British Eugenics Society in spreading and sponsoring a science of eugenics from the 1920s, 30s, 40s, as well as the banks and others that funded these organizations that also funded fascism as a political economy designed to enforce this new type of science of population control, which fortunately was put down when Hitler was defeated. But keep in mind, from as we discussed prior, these eugenics laws, the idea of defining human beings kind of like you would define horses or other forms of cattle, monetarily, as well as based upon the idea of selective breeding, euthanizing, or sterilizing the unfit, was all based upon a certain type of extrapolation of trends. You take statistical data sets of somebody's family, you extrapolate your grandparents, great-grandparents who tended to maybe have a low IQ, ignore their economic circumstances for the minute, and just extrapolate the trends into the future as your children, great-grandchildren that don't even exist yet are presumed to most likely be also fated with low IQ or criminality or whatever other variable you're looking at as a eugenicist. And based upon those statistical probabilities, one will justify the sterilization of people or euthanizing of people. This was done all over the United States. It was done across Europe and Britain. It was especially done in Germany, as we know. But those who promoted Hitler, who promoted eugenics, were never punished in Nuremberg. And one of the key figures who plays a very big role in the growth, the cancerous growth of this terrible set of ideas that shaped so much of our past 70 years, is a figure named Sir Julian Huxley. Julian Huxley was the founder and first director general of UNESCO, the United Nations Education, Science, and Cultural Organization. I'm going to say a few things about this trajectory of ideas because it plays right back to understanding where does COP26 come from? Where does this false set of ideas come from that justify us, essentially human beings, as something which is overpopulated, that we have to manage or reduce the impact of human beings on the earth by reducing or putting values on carbon footprint reduction. So rather than putting economic behavior and practice on increasing productivity, as it once was the case years ago, instead, Carney and others of this Davos clique group who are managing the Great Reset, they want to put the new set of values on how much you can reduce the means of sustaining human life. The more you can reduce human life, the more money you can make. This is a completely absurd and unscientific and immoral, most important set of ideas. But again, it gets its origins in this moment. So in the UNESCO Manifesto, its purpose and philosophy, which people can read online, I picked two quotes. One is the first one, where Julian, who, keep in mind, is also a eugenicist, says that political unification in some sort of world government will be required. Even though any radical eugenic policy will be for many years politically and psychologically impossible, it will be important for UNESCO to see that the eugenic problem is examined with the greatest care and that the public mind is informed of the issues at stake so that much that is now unthinkable may at least become thinkable. In short, Hitler made eugenics look very bad for the world, and he set our plans back. So how do we repackage eugenics under a new veneer, a new costume, so that people who cannot possibly think of doing eugenics anymore, which he says is the queen of all sciences, the thing that must guide every other scientific policy is eugenics, the science of control of people. How do we repackage that to make it become thinkable, make it acceptable? In another quote in that same document, he says clearly, the moral for UNESCO is clear. The task laid upon it of promoting peace and security can never be wholly realized through the means assigned to it, education, science, and culture. It must envision some form of world political unity, whether through a single world government or otherwise, as the only certain means of avoiding war. In its educational program, it can stress the ultimate need for a world political unity and familiarize all people with the implications of the transfer of full sovereignty from separate nations to a world organization. This is directly at the manifesto of UNESCO, which went on to have a profound impact on shaping global cultural policy, especially amongst the West, as well as educational policy along with the OECD in the 1950s throughout the Cold War. Very important concepts, because this, again, these ideas that are metaphysical, shaped not for the better, but for the worse, are potential as a species. So what clues do we have for how the thinkable became thinkable in Huxley's mind? What did he do? Well, to investigate this, we can make a point that he did found UNESCO, and I made that point. He was also the head of the Union for the Conservation of Nature, which was the world's first environmental conservation movement in 1947. Sorry, it's going a little slow. He co-founds a new study, a new philosophy called transhumanism, along with Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, the so-called priest, based on an idea of merging human beings with machinery and other things at some imaginary singularity, or as Chardin says, omega point in the future, whereby the masterclass, the Übermenschen, will take control of the means of natural selection and a new species will be created. This is, I think, very inspired by the work of his brother Aldous Huxley in Brave New World. People like Ray Kurzweil, the Google lead engineer, is a big fan of this and carried this forward in the form of his singularity theory, as is Yuval Harari, the other World Economic Forum thinker. He was also the president of the British Eugenics Society from 1958 to 1962, and its vice president earlier, at the same time that he created the World Wildlife Fund for Nature with Prince Philip and I said Prince Charles here by accident, Prince Philip and Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands. Bernhard had just recently created the Bilderberger Group in 1955 to coordinate, essentially, as Huxley pointed out, the dissolution of nation states and the creation of new global structures of control that essentially reinstated the powers of the British Empire under a new mutated form. And keep in mind as well, the World Wildlife Fund for Nature, this seems like a nice thing on the surface. Of course, we want a pure world. We want a clean world. We don't want pollution in our oceans. Of course, that's true. But what this organization did, you got to keep in mind, what's happening is you have Enrico Mattei at this time. You got Dag Hammarskjöld, who's fighting imperialism. You've got leading statesmen like John F. Kennedy rising and fighting for the development of Africa and South America, along with people like Charles de Gaulle, who are working to develop large-scale infrastructure to liberate people so that every nation that was colonized can stand on its own 2 feet by developing large-scale infrastructure development and full-spectrum economics. That was the momentum of humanism, moral humanism, that was shaping the world. And the idea was formally that human beings had to be liberated from empire. And we would do that through the belief in scientific and technological progress that would allow us to overcome the limits to growth. And in that world, that old ethic that we've since seen dissipate badly over the last decades, the idea was that people are good, babies are good. You don't want more babies just to have more babies. But you realize that every baby has a soul. Every baby has a potential mind to be developed if you give it the opportunity and the inspiration. And thus every baby can be a Mozart, a Beethoven, a Max Planck, whatever, and make discoveries so that the limits of nature that are holding human beings back can always be transcended with new discoveries of principles of the universe. That is something that materialists, who are every imperialist or slave owner is effectively a materialist, they don't believe that because they're control freaks. They believe what exists now is all that can ever be, and that must be thus controlled to be used for dividing and conquering the weaker on the part of the stronger. So when they look at human growth, they don't say an imperialist doesn't see what I saw. They don't see that the purpose of nation states or science is to liberate people from want or starvation or the effects of empire. They rather saw, especially with the World Wildlife Fund, in the transformation of the ethical base of society in the 60s, which obviously happened over the dead bodies of many great leaders, including Mattei of Italy, as well as Lumumba and JFK and Bobby Kennedy. But what they see is a cancer. So this is what many people see these days who have been cynically weaned off of our modern education system and movies that paint human beings in a very cynical, parasitical way, very corrupt way. So they see population growth, and they just see a quantity of cells of a cancer growing over Gaia, destroying nature. This is unhealthy because underlying this quantitative growth, we have also qualities. The ability to live a longer life is attained as well. Where our average life expectancy is very different today than it was 100 years ago or 500 years ago. So the ability, the quality of life is also being changed here, as well as quantity, when you're applying the fruits of thought, of good ideas, into the social organization of that system. This is, again, what people who became very famous in the 1960s, like Paul Ehrlich, a very influential zoologist, biologist, wrote a book called The Population Bomb, which made him a celebrity, where he said that a cancer is an uncontrolled multiplication of cells. The population explosion is an uncontrolled multiplication of people. We must shift our efforts from the treatment of the symptoms to the cutting out of the cancer. The operation will demand many apparently brutal and heartless decisions. This is cold-hearted. Basically, he is one of the many who were part of the movement that revived the theories of Malthus, Thomas Malthus, who we're going to see a little something about. But again, it's a good question. Are human beings just a cancer, right? How do you prove that that's truly wrong? There's a long quote. I had to pull it out. It's just so important. But it's one of John Holdren, one of Ehrlich's students, John Holdren, who co-wrote a book with Ehrlich called Eco-Science, Population, the Environment, in 1977. It's a big book. And in the book, sorry, there's a little problem here where something's blocking what I'm seeing.
1 second, Matthew. Is that the same Paul Ehrlich whose name is now the one that describes our Paul Ehrlich Institute here in Germany? Or is that someone else?
I don't know. There's a couple of Paul Ehrlichs, and I don't know about the one in Germany. I hope not. I hope not.
It cannot be. It's older. I don't think.
Okay.
But there's his student, his prodigy, John Holdren, with Barack Obama. John Holdren was the United States science czar under Obama. And in this 1977 behemoth of a book, John Holdren writes...
It's not the same person. I just checked it.
No? Okay. All right. Perhaps those agencies, combined with UNEP, that's the United Nations Environmental Protection Agency, and the United Nations Population Agencies, which had just recently been controlled, this is me talking now, by Maurice Strong, might eventually be developed into a planetary regime, sort of an international super agency for population, resources, and environment. Such a comprehensive planetary regime could control the development, administration, conservation, and distribution of all natural resources, renewable or non-renewable, at least insofar as international implications exist. Thus, the regime could have the power to control pollution not only in the atmosphere and oceans, but also in such freshwater bodies as rivers and lakes that cross international boundaries or that discharge into oceans. The regime might also be a logical central agency for regulating all international trade, perhaps including assistance from developed countries to lower developed countries, and including all food on the international market. the planetary regime might be given responsibility for determining the optimum population for the world and for each region, and for arbitrating various countries' shares within their regional limits. Control of population size might remain the responsibility of each government, but the regime would have some power to enforce the agreed upon limits. And that is bone-chilling, considering, again, the role and career of John Holdren, who, upon becoming Science Czar of the USA, wasted no time in advancing the green agenda in ways that were horrific, shutting down investments in nuclear science, nuclear fusion. The space program got some of its worst hits under Holdren, and things like Solindra, the energy farm boondoggles got massive government subsidies out of the wazoo. Science was really handicapped under this guy. And one of his closest friends is the current science czar named Eric Lander, who is a Rhodes Scholar in charge of formerly the Human Genome Project and is running US science policy right now. So just keep that in mind, that this is a coterie of very, very sick minds, very misanthropic minds who really, really are governed by a hate of something fundamental within the human condition. And I mentioned Malthus. Sorry, it's the slide isn't. Oh, there it is. So just quickly, the Neo-Malthusian Revival, as it was called, was based upon the reactivation of an idea of Malthus, which was on the left here. That's the image of Malthus's mathematical theory of population, which became the governing science of the British East India Company for hundreds of years, and how they managed Ireland, India, Africa, everywhere, was the idea that population always grows faster than food and resources. And so you could always predict relatively a moment where the population will over exceed food production, and war, famine, other things will be the natural consequence. And thus the scientific rulers of the British Empire must always use this mathematical formula to control populations, to keep populations low. And Malthus even advises, killing babies to make room for new people, utilizing the gifts of famine, don't encourage hospitals for the poor, encourage wars if need be, to help do the things that nature wants to do anyway. It's absolutely sick. And I think that the experience of the 100 or 200 years after Malthus dies, or after he writes this book in 1799, demonstrates that he was wrong. He thought that the world population could go no higher than 1 billion. Holdren as well believed that it would cap off at the year 2000, where we'd go into complete collapse. Obviously, there's something else that they're not willing to look at within us that allows us to break their miserable predictions. This is the image from the Limits to Growth book from 1972, sponsored by the Club of Rome, which essentially, said, okay, now computer modeling, we could input a few variables, pollution, technology, we'll just call those variables population, death, births, resources, and then just chart out, we'll make linear extrapolations and see where they all break down. And as you can see from the Limits to Growth predictions, it was the year 2000 once again, where deaths just massively increase, pollution grows. And of course, it makes no space whatsoever for creative discoveries. That doesn't exist because creative discoveries are nonlinear. You cannot chart them in a binary 1 and 0 computing machine. It can't work that way. The human mind is not limited to that, but they refuse to believe it. But that doesn't stop them from a Pygmalion effect. So once these Malthusians took control increasingly of Western nations, in the US, it took the form of the Trilateral Commission. People like Henry Kissinger, Zbigniew Brzezinski, David Rockefeller, who were leaders of the Trilateral Commission that took over in the 1970s, made sure that their predictions of the computer models, that the reality conformed to the model, right? They didn't make their models conform to reality. They made reality conform to the models. So how did they do that? Well, if you look at the actual, for the low resolution, but if you look at the predicted pathways for fusion development, that's something which was predicted to be much, much more. We should have already had this for many years as a commercially viable process. It required that the scientists be given the means to build expensive prototypes to test their ideas. There's many different pathways to fusion. It's not just, you don't have to just put all your eggs in the ITER basket. that was all cut down so that nobody could build their designs and test them. And that was always known. That was called the fusion never level of 1968. We're far below that today, and we've been below that since the 70s. Another place, the highest point of per capita GDP as far as the percentage of the federal budget invested in space, which was once the driver of the entire economy, internet, GPS, cell phones, medical technologies, EKGs, so much of it came out of the drive for the space race as a crash program. That maximized, the maximum moment was 1965, and every year since it's been cut down, even after we went to the moon. And by 1973, the Apollo missions were canceled, and the budget was kept under 1%, far under 1% for the next 4 decades. And all large-scale planning goals had all dwindled away, had all been shut down. We could look at any number of variables, including infrastructure investments collapsing, the outsourcing of industries, manufacturing that we need to have. If you're going to be a sovereign nation, you have to have industries. That was shut down. So, okay, why is this being done? One of the key culprits, and that has been demonized in all of this process, is carbon dioxide. And the whole house of cards crumbles. I remember, Carey Mullis, the person who invented the PCR test, had once made a point. He tried to find who was it who made the scientific study that proved that, and I'm not going to go on this in this presentation, but it was a good example, that proved that HIV virus that's found in many, many people causes AIDS. And he looked for the study. He spent years looking for what was the study that made that connection, because we were all shaping $100 billion industry around this assumption that this existed. And he realized that it didn't exist. Nobody ever made it. Was just an asserted claim, but everyone had been acting as if that were true. And as a consequence, things like reformed chemotherapy drugs were being given to people who were testing HIV positive, which were shutting down their immune system, and they were being kept on these former chemotherapy drugs for a very long time, which was itself, as all evidence seems to indicate, what was actually causing the death rates. That was what was causing the problem. It wasn't the actual HIV itself. And that continues to be a problem across Africa today. The same thing for COVID, right? If you're thinking, well, we're told that there's this statistical correlation between this thing called COVID and these mass deaths that were being that were being pummeled with. 4 million people all died of COVID, and so these questionable data sets are being used and extrapolated into the future so that we modify our behavior and then take on therapies as a solution, which seem to actually be the things that are breaking down our immune system, potentially resulting in what could become another AIDS pandemic if this is actually true, that the gene therapies and other things are actually causing our immune systems to shut down, and how much worse is that going to get per booster shot? So back to CO2. If this is not tied to temperature, if there is no relationship between CO2 and temperature, the entire house of cards comes crumbling down. The entire basis for COP26 falls apart. Because CO2, frankly, has been an integral part for the past 200 years of the industrial economy that we've been under, that's a fact of life. So if you sustain life by industry, then if you tell people to get rid of industry, they won't do it. That will result in their children dying. The sleight of hand here has been find one of the contingent byproducts of industrial output, agro-industrial output, demonize that, and then people won't realize what's happening to them. Keep in mind as well, the U.S. itself has lost 17% of its residential electricity, its per capita electricity in only 10 years, 17%. And it's much worse in many other countries.
How did that happen?
That has been by just the shutdown of coal plants, of other forms of more reliable forms of energy, natural gas plants and other things. Because mostly coal plants have been massively shut down in the U.S. And replaced with very unreliable wind and solar farms, which, oftentimes are just not very performative. They give you maybe 25% of their capacity. 25 to maybe 30% if you're lucky. But then when the sun doesn't shine or the wind doesn't blow, as the case is in Britain right now, which is 25% reliant upon windmills, it fell down to less than 1% capacity. Very little storage and backup planning was made as well. So either this was just insanely incompetent or criminally, I wouldn't even say criminally negligent. I would say criminal as far as intentional.
I don't think there is any negligence in this.
No, I don't think so either. You have to try very hard to be this stupid. And I don't think these people there are a lot of stupid people, but I think the ones shaping this policy know exactly what the effects are of this perfect storm we see this very much, especially in Europe with the energy crisis today. So let me go through a few things here just to vindicate carbon dioxide, okay? Because I want people to really know this. The first thing, carbon dioxide, I was always told this is food for plants. And as NASA has recently observed, there has been, I think it's about a 10% increase in biomass on the Earth, largely due to the economic activities and planning of China and India, which account for the majority of this over the past 20 years. This is totally unexpected because everyone had thought that with industrial growth and population growth, there would only be a reduction of green matter on the Earth. That's the opposite. There's more photosynthetic activity, more chlorophyll. And it's largely because these countries are doing things very differently from us. They are building large-scale infrastructure. They are greening the Gobi Desert. They're moving the biggest water projects to move abundant water from the south of China, where there's a lot of floods, into the north, where there's a lot of drought, and greening deserts along the way, reclaiming deserts, and also producing a lot of industry, a lot of coal even, which I'm not a big fan of coal or things like that, or fossil fuels. However, it's not as evil as people think. And when you're poor and you want to get rid of poverty, this is a necessary pathway to go through. We went through it. Other countries should have the right to go through it, as long as the objective is to get to more efficient forms of energy. So this is already greening the world as we speak. This is another graph of the greening function on the Earth. India, China, very much leading the charge. We here in the West have some areas that has seen increased greening in leaf area, but the difference is here it's because we've just stopped doing things, whereas there it's because they are doing things. And part of the effect of CO2 is feeding plants. This is an example of one of the many, many models of carbon dioxide emitters that you could buy as a farmer with a greenhouse. You have to buy a carbon dioxide machine to input carbon dioxide so that your food in your greenhouse grows better. This particular brand goes up to 1,500 parts per million. Let's just say in average on the Earth, it's about 400 parts per million of carbon dioxide. So what they found is that when you input up to 1,500 parts per million, depending on the plant, you get faster growing, more nutrient, more nutritious, more vitamin rich, bigger, happier plants all the time. Vegetables, everything, fruits. It's, again, food, right? And one other thing to keep in mind, this was what's being done in COP26 today. And I bring up China and India once more because China and India, as well as Russia, Brazil, South Africa, have boycotted. The heads of state of those countries have all said recently they will not be going to COP26 because they don't want to be sacrificed on some altar of, Gaia or anything like that. So they're just not going to go. And back in 2009, China and India also, their leaders boycotted in many ways COP20 or COP14, which was the first attempt in 2009 to get a one world green government with binding carbon reduction protocols. And they basically locked themselves in a room, India and China and Sudan, and said, we're not going to participate. And it basically petered out. Nothing happened. They were given fuel because you had ClimateGate that emerged just weeks before that event occurred, which was a leak of thousands of emails from the East Anglia Climate Research Unit, where people like Phil Jones, who's still a very powerful figure, this unit was managing the climate models, things like the hockey stick chart that we're going to look at, that's used by the IPCC, the UN governments, that link CO2 with temperature. These emails prove that they were all covering up and fudging the data to keep the models active and ignore reality. So this created a scandal, And this gave the delegates at COP26 the opportunity to say, we're not going to participate. This is built on really shaky ground. Sorry. Many people think carbon dioxide is the majority of our greenhouse effect. It's actually not the biggest greenhouse gas at all. The biggest one is water vapor. 95% of the greenhouse gases is water vapor from the oceans. The rest is, things like methane, which is something like 0.3%, nitrous oxide, 0.9%, CO2, naturally occurring CO2 from plants and, organic material that rots, or phytoplankton in the oceans, or volcanoes, which there's many volcanoes, many more than we even realized, 10 times more than we thought there were 15 years ago under the oceans. All of these things emit massive amounts of CO2. Of that 3.6%, which is already very negligible, human activity, human CO2 is less than 1%. It's about 0.9%. It is so negligible, it is ridiculous. But yet, this is what we're being told is causing all of the natural disasters, the tornadoes, the hurricanes, the earthquakes that we've never seen before. It's ridiculous.
How much was that again of that 3.6%?
0.9%.
Less than 1%.
Approximately. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Another graph that's useful, global CO2 emissions, right? The point that I think is most valuable is around 1850, where the Industrial Revolution is beginning to get into high gear. We're still burning mostly wood, but we're getting onto coal. And you could just see country by country, the rate of growth of carbon dioxide approximately, the big countries and continents at least. And the US and the EU, as we went into a consumer society post-industrial model under the Malthusian controllers of the 70s, we relatively sort of cap off from 1979 onward. But the other countries that want to develop and end hunger and poverty, they continue largely to grow their CO2. You would imagine that there would be a correlation in temperature that would follow according to this formula of CO2 causes temperature. That's not what we see. Similar graph, 1880 to the present period. What we see, in fact, from our temperature charts are a cooling period from 1880 until early 1900s, and then a warming period for about 30 years until 1942, and then a cooling period. It tapers off for about 35, 40 years until the 1977 period, and then we begin to see a warming period, and then it cools again. But this is a period. Why is it after World War II do we see now no more warming when we're at a maximum productivity level? We're putting out more CO2 than we ever had before. So why does the temperature not go along with that, right? These are very important questions. And then today, since the year 2000, the population has had 2.5 billion more people. Why did the temperature not continue to grow with the increased CO2 output globally? Why does it taper off?
So what has the development of the temperature been in the last 20 years since it's, or is this going until that's until the year 2020?
No, this is till the year 2014. So between the year 2000 and the year 2012 or 13, there was what's called the great the global warming pause, which a lot of climatologists don't like looking at because it's embarrassing. They want to try to just ignore the data sets that showcase the pause. And now since then, we've seen an increased blip of warming in the past several years. But we've also seen so many anomalies like Antarctica. The Antarctica is registering some of the coldest temperatures now on record. Its ice sheets are at the highest at this time of year on record. So we have many anomalies all over the place, proving that these computer models are lying to us, or I should say those who are managing the computer models and selecting what data sets are inputted are lying. Here's another example. The medieval warming period is another point of embarrassment. And the climate research unit at East Anglia that I mentioned earlier, this is, like I said, along with the Our World in Data, which also manages most of the COVID data as well, that is inputted to NGOs and governments around the world to make policy. It's very centralized. And people have to realize just how centralized these things are. That shape then mass perception of what is a consensus, what do the experts think. It's very controlled. The warming period was several hundred years during the medieval period where there were no SUVs, no industries, very low population, and yet it was significantly warmer than it was in our present age. The cooling period was a larger period from the Renaissance all the way to the beginning of the 19th century, with a maximum period where there was no sunspot activity for 80 years around the time of Kepler and Galileo, where it was very, very cold. There's many documentaries written about this, but I just want to get this across, that this is very inconsistent with where does this medieval warming come from? If it wasn't the human CO2 production, what else was it?
Can I ask you one question? The warmer and colder period, we see this from, because there was no data collection as is today, so it must be from like historic reports or like images, like paintings, or like
you have historic reports. You have also ice cap sampling. You have trees. There's a variety of triangulated measures that scientists can take by looking at different things that nature gives us that has echoes or fossils, memories of the past temperature changes. There's things like sedimentary shells of little bugs or little crustaceans that just take into their calcium certain deposits of the different isotopes of oxygen and carbon and calcium that also give you an insight into the temperature levels and other variables in the world that they lived in before they died and settled to the bottom as sediment in oceans. There's so many different ways that these things are done. And again, there's problems with a lot of it. It's not a refined science, but it's good enough to make some pretty solid assessments. So one of the scandals at the East Anglia Institute is that Phil Jones, who I mentioned, who immediately after being punished, he was suspended for a few months and then completely absolved of everything and put back to work as a controller within months. Everyone was told to just forget about it. He was part with Michael Mann of creating these models that just try to erase the medieval warming period completely and then project. And Al Gore uses this in his famous documentary from 2005 that just project this into a burning Earth scenario of Armageddon and everybody is underwater, right? It's called the hockey stick chart. It has been completely disproven as a scientific fraud. But despite that, people still reproduce this and hum it. And it just ignores the observable realities of the medieval warming period and many other things. I know I'm running out of time here, so I've got a few more slides and then we'll just close it up here. But one of the other things that I found very persuasive is when you actually begin to look at the longer scale temperature and CO2 data, you do find that they do fit together. That is true. But, and it's always said, correlation is not causation. Though many people who say that, they still end up believing that CO2 causes temperature change. When you zero in on some of these larger scale, what we have above is a 600,000 year scale cycle, and below it you have a zoomed in period of 70,000 years from the present. And you see several, obviously, peaks and troughs. Which one is following which? If CO2 was causing temperature change, then you would always see the CO2 metrics moving, growing or decreasing before the temperature is increasing or decreasing. And in fact, what we do see instead is the opposite. You see that the peaks of temperature usually, not always, but usually peaking before, not after the CO2 peaks, meaning that the CO2 seems to be affected or shaped by the increasing or decreasing temperature changes, meaning that there's another variable that we're not looking at that's actually shaping the temperature changes of the Earth. Here's another example. Let's zoom in another way and look at the 140,000 year cycle. And we could just see here one or two solid examples of an 800 year lag between temperature change in blue and then the carbon dioxide ratios change in accordance, but with an 800 year lag. It's amazing. And then further on, we see in the other section there another lag of approximately, probably a little bit more. So we're seeing, again, it's just not fitting the way they want it to fit. Here's another example that I've sort of already gone through of the global mean temperature anomaly, which, again, we've already sort of stated implicitly. And finally, this is the last slide of this type. The projections are all about how we are controlled through fear. If you can select your data, and I forgot to mention this, but what's his name? Dr. Illarionov, who was a Russian advisor formerly to Putin, no longer is the case, but in 2009 he still was, and he had made the point publicly that the Russians had given East Anglia Institute 476 data sets from 476 meteorological stations going back from 1865 to 2005. And he said it was scandalous. They ignored all but 121 of the stations, covering 20% of the Earth's surface area. They ignored all but 121, and amongst those, they selectively cherry-picked only the ones that they liked that corroborated the conclusions they wanted to have, making it seem as though the period of the 19th century was cooler than it actually was, and making it seem as though the period from 1965 to the present is warmer than it was. The fact is, we've been on the verge from the 70s. People were thinking we were going into an ice age in 1977. It was a surprise that it got warmer. So looking now at the current trajectories of all of the data, of all of the models that they utilize, they're all making scare scenarios that the temperature is only going to keep rising, and that's why we need to reduce carbon dioxide to pre-industrial levels in order to keep temperature less than 1.5 degrees, they say. That's the whole point why we're modifying global behavior, right, under the COP26 thing, or Great Reset. The fact is, if you look at it, again, we haven't really gotten that warm in the past 14, 15 years. It's not actually, it's very much the same thing that they did for COVID-19. They projected out all of these fear scenarios of what would we do if we don't lock down society. They're probably going to try to do this again soon. And what did they do? They just said, well, we're going to declare things that are flu cases. Typical flu has disappeared. We just call it all COVID-19 cases. All deaths, a variety of deaths are now being labeled COVID-19, and autopsies are not even being done in Quebec. They haven't been done since the beginning. So you can't even see if somebody actually did die of COVID-19 or not. So this brings us back to the question of, okay, well, where is this coming from? Who is shaping the Club of Rome that produced the limits to growth, that justified this way of thinking about the future as an extrapolation of trends, of selected data sets to make people act in fear? So Alexander King is the founder of the Club of Rome. He said in his 1991 book, in searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, and famine and the like would fit the bill. All these dangers are caused by human intervention, and it is only through changed attitudes and behavior that they can be overcome. The real enemy, then, is humanity itself. And thus you get the actual sense of where they actually want the cancer to be carved out. It's humanity that they see as the problem. And the last slide I have, and then I'll stop. It's the very last slide. Yes, it is. This is one of the co-founders of the Canadian Club of Rome, who worked very closely with Alexander King. He was the former head of the Privy Council Office, a controller of the Pierre Elliott Trudeau administration, a major technocrat. He worked very closely with Maurice Strong as well, who was co-founder of the World Economic Forum in 1972. At the same time that the World Economic Forum was coming online, Maurice Lamontagne is running as a senator of Canada. He's now managing an overhaul of the Canadian science policy practice. How do you fund science? How do you define what science is? How do you define its purpose? It radically changed everything. It was disgusting. And in his official reports, these are taxpayer-funded reports that one can read online, he says directly, nature imposes definite constraints on technology itself, and if man persists in ignoring them, the net effect of his action in the long run can be to reduce rather than to increase nature's potential as a provider of resources and habitable space. But then an obvious question arises, and this is it, this is the key. How can we stop man's creativeness? And this is really the thing. They recognize that when we are creative, when we make discoveries, we create imbalance. And a control freak yearns always for balance and deterministic predictability, right? That's the game master can always control that type of game. They can't control the effects of creativity or making life better for ourselves by building infrastructure or new scientific programs that uplift people and give them dignity. They hate that because then we tend to think more critically and we think more freely for ourselves. Next statement, he follows up on this by saying, okay, well, how can we proclaim a moratorium on technology? It is impossible to destroy existing knowledge, right? Here he gets a little sophisticated. it is impossible to paralyze man's inborn desire to learn, to invent, and to innovate. So he recognizes that this is fundamental. But what does he say next? In the final analysis, we find that technology is merely a tool created by man in pursuit of his infinite aspirations and is not the significant element invading the natural environment. So it's not technology itself that's the problem. It's something else that's invading the environment. It is material growth itself that is the source of the conflict between man and nature. And this is what gets us at the, I think, satanic, I'll just say it, element of this whole thing, that there is the idea that it is material growth itself. Human beings, every time we make life better, we have more people, then we cause nature to be in disequilibrium. That is what he says is the evil thing. And so he provides as a solution, turning our funding and investments of science, our infinite aspirations, towards things that reduce the intervention on nature. Investments in windmills, solar panels, what are called appropriate technologies that don't affect Africa because they don't change tribal cultures or anything like that. You build solar panels, all you need to have is an education level is the knowledge of a squeegee to like keep the thing from gathering too much sand in the Sahara. That's all you need. You can keep colonialism. You don't change nature that way. You don't build dams. You don't build anything that does that. So this is essentially what Carney is talking about creating a new green economy with new sets of values that put monetary incentives on reducing the carbon footprint, reducing the capacity to sustain life through those types of acceptable technologies. And bad technologies are ones that increase life, that increase abundance. Those are bad. Those are dirty. Don't allow that. So that was what I just wanted to end on. And I think the idea of, again, human nature and computer, don't think like a computer. And if you do think like a computer, you will always be susceptible to the arguments of people like Elon Musk or, Mark Zuckerberg or other AI cultists who say that inevitably computers will replace human beings with AI, and you won't be able to prove them wrong.
So basically, the underlying idea of these eugenicists, because that's what is underlying all of this, I assume from what you're telling us, is that we need to slow the growth of population. We need to reduce the population because there's not enough of everything to go around for everyone. So let's make sure that we, the elite, have enough. That's what it is, right?
Well, yes, they're never going to be the ones to volunteer.
Yeah, sure.
First on the chopping block.
But that's what it boils down to, I think.
I think you're right.
It's extremely simplistic, and once again, just as we've learned from COVID, thanks to COVID, really, we have to take a close look at the facts. We have to not just be satisfied with the facts that they serve us on a silver platter, but we have to ask questions. We have to get behind the veil that they have created, because only then can we understand what is true and what is not true.
Exactly, and looking for the causal principles and things. In human systems, the causal principle is in ideas and intentions. That's the metaphysical causal principle, it's the motive force of all human history. Good ideas, bad ideas, and their effects that are measurable. But you have to look with the mind's eye and not your eyes, because your physical eyes can't see that sort of thing. And in nature, you have to look at things like cosmic radiation. You have to look at what is the sun doing? What's the processes inside of the sun that we haven't even discovered, and how is that being affected by the galaxy, right? There's all sorts of things that we've only begun scratching the surface that are much more related to the cause of why we go into ice ages, why the temperature goes up or down, than anything that CO2 has anything to do with. So we have to make those types of discoveries. And if people like Max Planck or Einstein or Dmitry Mendeleev thought the way modern scientists are being trained to think in the modern education system and just obey what a consensus opinion is about a standard theory of this or that, they would never have made the discoveries that they made. Right. They couldn't have done it that way. So We have to get back to it.
You have to not accept what they're serving you. You have to think outside the box and then make up your own mind. That's what Lord Sumption has been saying all along. You don't have to be an expert on anything. You just have to use your brain, your head. But this is really what it boils down to. It's a very simple conclusion, and it's very anti-human.
Yeah.
I think, when I remember, like back in I don't know, when did this Al Gore movie air? Like that was
I think it was 2004 or something.
So I saw that actually in a movie theater, and I was really flashed, and I thought, wow, Al Gore is speaking the truth. And because we heard about this like climate change thing before, and so it was like I was really said, wow, that's amazing, that he was so brave to say the word basically. Yeah. But then afterwards what's been striking me for a while is that I think it's if you are really looking. If CO2 was the problem, then wouldn't you look at all the things that cause CO2 in the same way? Like, for instance, like stop the military from bombing, like doing these exercise bombings, which brings a lot of CO2 into the air, or like stop the luxury, or like these cruise lines or whatever like might be a problem like of a larger scale. And I think it's not been looked at like with the same, like unbiased, because what you always see is like the things what's suggested that we should do is always stuff that's on the small man. It's basically us to like pull the belts tighter, to not take a car, to not fly, these things that are in our realm. But the other stuff like the military, for instance, or like when you show this thing of like, that they're pumping CO2 into the greenhouses, how is that possible that we're not supposed to drive a car when at the same time, they're pumping out this CO2 in large scales? I assume it's just like very, it's very unlogical that it would... that you make this, if this was like the major problem, then you should take into account all these possible sources of CO2 pollution. That's has been bothering me for a while.
Absolutely. No, that's well said. And, they are hypocritical. And if you look at people like Prince Bernhard and Prince Philip, the great nature lovers who founded the World Wildlife Fund for Nature, they had no problems shooting, white rhinos in safari in Africa. They had no problem doing that at all. They didn't care about nature. They only saw it as a means to an end. And the end was the reinstatement of an imperial colonial policy that prevented the tribal people from developing and changing and keeping them in a little controlled cage, right? That's always been the agenda. And another thing people always tell me is, tell me they just say it all the time. It's why are we spending money on fusion energy research or space exploration or things like that when we could be spending our money on ending hunger and ending poverty on the world? And it's like, well, we haven't been spending money. We stopped building nuclear power plants 40 years ago. That's the last one we built in Canada and the United States. We stopped our space program. We destroyed all of that for the past 40 plus years. And despite all of that, poverty's only increased, right? It's because there's an intention to keep people poor. It's not a question of putting money into Africa. It's the question of how is the money being used. And you've got IMF conditionalities and other things telling them they're not allowed to use it on dirty energy projects. They can't use their coal for their own development. And, they have to now, as we're seeing, build windmills and solar panels as part of a Green New Deal globally to stay, to have good behavior. Which again, it's totally colonial. It's racist. It's colonial. It's anti-human. It's hypocritical. Yeah.
And what I also find, we have to also really be careful about, as the same thing what we see with the whole Corona crisis, when we have like a sort of not correct or like evidence-based assumption in the foundation of whatever we are going to decide. It's like it bears a lot of risks. In 2015 I took part in a conference. It was like a geoengineering conference, because I was interested like with regards to like CO2. I mean, this global change management, whatever, not global. I mean, this climate change management. If there was something that we could do, and it was like a 3-day conference, like with a lot of profound scientists, from all over the world, and they were like David Keith from Harvard. He was not there, but they were talking about his projects. The idea of like putting into the air, I don't know, some kind of stuff like that would do some sort of solar radiation management, like, in the same amount like what we saw from this volcano in Iceland. Put that into the air, so have a little bit of cooling effect. So they were discussing all these things. And they presented a lot of possibilities, like growing bamboo or something like that, fast-growing, plants, and then bury them into the earth so that you'd have some like reduction of CO2. But what I found interesting, I mean, the things that they provided or like presented as ideas, they were really very intense, like actions with regard to the climate. I mean, like this idea of David Keith putting up, bringing out into the air all these particles that then make problems themselves, And they were talking about the white skies of geoengineering. If you put all that stuff into the air, then you have, the sunlight doesn't come through in the same way. Then maybe you have problems with water vapor, not dissipating so quickly or whatever. I mean, like all these things that are so intense and so technology driven and like so big in scale, it's really very dangerous. And if the foundation, the basic assumption is wrong, I mean, what kind of harm can you cause on Earth? And I think that's the same, or similar, this thing, we see, okay, it's not an Ebola virus that we're looking at, but we're doing all these things on a large scale that are maybe have no effect or are harmful, and we're destroying so many other things. So we have to look at all these things very, very carefully.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that it's all about the effect, because like I went through with the global warming issue, the entire mythology, the entire system was built around getting the effect of reducing CO2, which was to reduce human population, right? The cure was the disease, in fact, because the disease was never actually a disease.
Exactly.
And so it's the same thing for coronavirus too, I think. When you look at it, the effect, it's the cure that is the problem. That's always been what they wanted at the end of the day. It was never, we're afraid of things we shouldn't be afraid of, and we're not afraid of things that we should be a little bit more afraid of. That's how our priorities have been all turned inside out. But I think when it comes to making big changes in nature, I'm not a fan of the Bill Gates or idea of spreading particles to block out the sun. But like geoengineering is an important thing, but it comes with the important condition that you have to have real knowledge of the principles of the biosphere in mind. You have to earn it before you make a change. If you make a big change with ignorance, you can do a lot of damage. So you don't want to do the changes the way we've been doing big biospheric changes for the past, 50 or so years of clear-cutting rainforests or whatever. But, if you have a sense of, I think, real processes, you have a real knowledge that you've earned, and then you can start testing things like what Gaddafi was doing for greening the Sahara Desert under Libya. That's a good example of just, let's take some of that underground water that used to be above ground. Let's start systematically moving it above ground, creating more green areas before NATO bombed them back to the Stone Age, China's doing it as well with the Gobi Desert. They got a big 50-year project right now to do a lot of big greening. And we'd learn a lot along the way. And maybe in doing so, we could start experimenting with, 100-year, very long-term projects for terraforming other planets, maybe with the lessons we learn in our own backyard first. But you got to start somewhere. You got to sort of have a method of building real knowledge and not let computers think for you and lose your power of human creative reason.
Which brings us back to ideas. Humans have ideas, and the other side seems to want us to stop having ideas. It's very, very obvious. If it's true that it's all about the effect, and I think it is true, then upon closer inspection, you find that both with this climate scare and with COVID, the problem was created by them first in order to have this produce a solution which has the desired effect. I mean, it's very easy to see through this. If you look at the idea that I think that's part of the Great Reset, that in 2030 no one will own anything and everyone will be happy. But the obvious question that everyone should ask is, who owns it then if we don't own anything? And there you have it. I mean, it's all about the effect. They're going to own it. They're the ones who are killing us. They're the ones who are destroying our economies, and they're the ones who are going to own everything. So those are the easy answers, to me at least.
Yeah, you could always dig into it more, but yeah, there's simple, elegant answers, and at the end of the day, you could also see why it is insane and absurd. Like, why are they wrong? Try to do a thought experiment and prove why they're wrong. And I think reading things like Aldous Huxley's Brave New World is a useful thought experiment. Just read it. Read the dialogue between Mustafa Mond and John Savage, because they're using these things as a guideline, a blueprint to navigate through their own grand designs for society, because this is something which is, it's transgenerational. There's a broader continuity. So how does it cohere and maintain itself? And I got to tell you, one of the things that I've noticed is that the caliber of thinking, when you look at the new generation of oligarchs, and I include Klaus Schwab in this too, who's a student of Henry Kissinger, look at the quality of thinking that they exhibit in their writings and their words. And you compare it to people like H.G. Wells or Aldous Huxley or Julian Huxley or Bertrand Russell, like the old generation. They were much higher quality thinkers, and they're getting soft mentally in their own decadence and their own surety of having been for generations on the top of the food chain. There's a stupidification happening as well. And I think that's a great reason, one of many proofs to know that the system that they are operating under, this social Darwinian system of might makes right, and you have the alphas, and then you got everybody else, of the slave caste below. They dumb themselves down. They breed within their own little shallow gene pools, right? The queen was married to her cousin. This is weird. It's actually unscientific. So they're actually disobeying the laws of nature that are discoverable because they're so committed to their cultural prejudices that they were born into and that they're cultivated with. And it's tragic, and it's sad, and it's gross, and it's wrong, but it's part of life.
And it's what's going to help us. I mean, inbreeding has never been a good idea, We're seeing the results of this right now.
I mean, if the graphs that we see, the Ferguson graph and these climate graphs that you showed, I mean, they seem to be pretty related. So it's that if that's the the result of if that's the best science they can do, I'm not quite sure if that makes sense. Yeah.
No, and if you look at really good scientists, like there's wonderful people out there like Heinrich Spensmark, who's a Danish scientist who's done remarkable work on cosmic radiation as far as a causal driver for cloud formation, which is such a simple connection to temperature changes, which is tied to the electromagnetic field of the Earth and the sun's electromagnetic field, which pulses. And when the sun's electromagnetic field is stronger, when you have these 11-year cycles of minimum, maximum solar activity, that stronger field absorbs most of the planets in our solar system, which keeps out intergalactic cosmic rays from coming into the inner regions of the solar system. And when the sun loses that power, the cosmic rays just penetrate deeper into our system, and then they come in through the aurora borealis, right through the Van Allen belts, and they seed clouds, which clouds drive temperature. If you want to know why we're going to go into an ice age soon, you got to look at cosmic radiation. It's not global warming, which we should be concerned about. All of the astroclimatologists that are worth anything right now are all warning that we're on the verge of a Maunder minimum, or maybe even a bigger ice age, because we are ultimately sort of in an ice age. It's just been a little lucky 12,000 year period of a little warming blip. But by all intents and purposes, we're scheduled to go back into a deep cool for a long time. So there's ways that the human mind can cultivate, quality ideas that could allow us to circumvent the type of death that would normally occur to most things in nature. But we're all looking at the wrong things right now, and we're
looking in the wrong direction.
Yeah,
quite obviously.
That's true.
Once again, this is a sleight of hand game that's being played on us. Okay. Well, Matthew, thank you for getting up so early for us. But I think our viewers will be very happy with what they've heard because it opens up our eyes and minds and makes us look at what we're being presented with from a different viewpoint. It enables us to, ask the right questions and look beyond what they're presenting to us. Look through this, through all this misinformation, propaganda, etc. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for having me on.
Thank you. Okay, we'll be in touch. There'll be more opportunities for us to talk.
Great.
Okay. Take care and have a great weekend.
You too. Bye, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Ja, jetzt...
Okay. Quickly changing the pace and wondering, well, if we're lied at with so many wrong facts and so on, do we want to have anything in common with that bunch of guys? And we've got someone here who can talk to this, talk about this to us, who is Ricardo. I'll just budge over a bit. Ricardo, take this seat here, please. Hello. And I'll switch over to Vivian.
Do you need your mobile over there?
No.
Well, this is great, Ricardo. Leppe. I heard a speech from you, and we spent time Zooming. It was really interesting. You have studied learning processes a bit more intensively and what is going on in schools right now. And against the background of what we just heard from Matthew Ehret, i.e. the generation of ideas, it's always lamented that children are uncreative, so that a lot of children can draw very well before they go to school and then lose this ability at school and become ever more phlegmatic with a view to independent activities, etc. And I think that may have something to do, it won't come from just their growing older. It probably has to do with the system that the children are in then. So maybe you can tell us a bit who you are, what your background is, and then you can maybe present your concept, your ideas.
Yes, just a word on the person talking before us. It's not very nice to hear what he says, but I question everything you say. It's a little bit like a magician. I'm a professional magician, and I can only tell you we are in a massive trick. And I'd like to look behind the scenes, and I can unfortunately only confirm in all areas to what's been said. Wherever I looked into things, I came to these results. I just didn't find them where I didn't look, where I said, okay, don't question, then you get the mainstream results. In other cases, you don't. Well, I'm Ricardo, I'm 31 years old, I'm from Austria, I'm a magician playing with my fingers, and how do I lead the attention of other people's? And memory coach came from the fact that my parents weren't fond of school because they suffered in school. They said they want to do something, they want creative, going out into the world and do things and different things, and it all pressed into certain rails and channels, and they didn't want that for their children. So I am 30 minutes homeschooling, and that's the time when the brain picks up information. After that, also, I went to a normal school, in inverted commas, and that helps me. For me, it was good for what I do know. I know what is completely free and what school is, but with the mindset from the outside, looking how the others are and how can you react it. So I learned both versions, and As a magician, I looked into picking up a lot of information in a short time. Imagine you're in a show, the magician forgets the card that you have taken, something goes wrong because he did something, so you have to perform. You can't say, well, maybe, I don't know if that trick's work. It's going to be 100% all the time, no other deal. And memory techniques is normal. And so I never intended to go back to school after finishing it. And despite of that, I visited most schools in my life. That came because a teacher told me, she said, it's interesting what you do with figures, and could you show that to my class? So I went to a school and I could teach the children basic mathematics skills, calculation, multiplication, not in 2 years, but in 10 minutes. And that spread, and I went to more and more schools, and it spread around. And so I said, well, I've had 100,000 people in front of me, and getting all the experience, and then the parents approached me asking to start my own school. So I thought, I played with the thought a bit. I thought there were some limits. I tried to expose my limits, and I'm a professional magician saying, well, that's your limit, it's not mine. There's an old system, somebody created that, so someone can create something new. It's not my limitation that this is not possible. And then I started to look into Gerald Hüther's work, who looked into education, and I kicked that all out. It's not about me, it's not about you, it's about the children. And I'm in front of children every week, hundreds, thousands, and I ask them. So I show them for 30 minutes that learning can be done differently. They don't know it. They say, I learned it by heart and so on. And then I showed them that they can do it something else, that they're genius, all of them, and they just don't know. We know learning something from by heart, what they like to do. They learn all the names in the series and so on. But 3 letters for chemical elements, no way. Mathematical issues, no way they learn it. And so one thing is clear, the children can learn, but not from school. So it's the method. So let's imagine I'm a god and minister of health, and I do away with schools. And then what would happen, and what would you like to learn? And then they said 9 out of 10 said, okay, very basic, fundamental human needs. Most of them said, we want to have fun in learning, and we want to learn things that we need in life. Well, I don't know if you've had a job saying, right now, I've got a job completely free of any sense, doesn't make sense, do you want to do it? And that's what the children experience. So, joy and freedom, things that they need in life, and we want to decide how quickly we learned. Nobody said, oh, I had to learn reading and writing, but they are annoyed about the speed, the age, the books they learn it with, and so on. So it's all different. They all want to learn, but at different ages. They don't want to learn what the school tells them, but they all want to learn. Every child wants to learn. They ask you things all the times. You don't get them shut up. They keep on asking. So there has to be an institution which does exactly that. Otherwise, you'll have people who think themselves, who question everything and trust in themselves, knowing that the world is around for them. And that's what we do with the small children. So a 3-year-old child does its Pampers and smears it around the wall, and we say it's great. And then we say briefly afterwards, when they're babies, they can do everything. And just briefly afterwards, we tell them, well, if you don't write the right number on this paper, the teacher says, you're stupid, nothing can do. And no 5-year-old child before school says this. So that's what we implement in them. We implement them that they understand we do not. I'm stupid. So I asked the children, it's a 2-level plan, what do they want? And then I asked them, did anybody ask you at any time what you wanted? And they said, no. A few said, well, yes, but nothing happened. And what's the only area in life that I know which is about people as an institution is created for people and they're not asked. Each supermarket asks the customer what they can do to improve the experience. They don't ask their neighbors. So if they did that with the children, if we ask 10 children and 9 say it's all great, the question is, of course, what about the 10th? But if you ask them now, you can ask 100 if they like school, and maybe 1 will say they do. So we have a massive problem here. And school of the future, 2 steps. First step, we take the things as they are now. They have to learn things still that they don't need. They have to learn things that are wrong. We take that and do memo techniques, other techniques, comprime it to 10% of the times and do 90% of the time with what's important. Sports, getting to know your body, how to change a tire, breathing techniques, what does the environment work, what does a computer work, what do I do with my own emotions? So the things that are important in life, that make me happy. How do I stay happy? How can I stay healthy? How does my body work? All these things. And then the second step, that would mean we have no restrictions by the system. It doesn't say, right now you are 7, you have to learn to read now. If you don't want to learn it, you are dyslexic and you have to go to see a psychologist. No, you are 7. Maybe you want to play football, tennis, computer, or whatever, do maths, and you don't want to read. That's okay. And that doesn't make him a bad person. So, if all of that is done away with, we can create something that grows out of itself in the sense of the children. So I thought of a few mechanisms on how we can create school as a growing organism that gets better in the sense of the children. If it's not in the sense of the children, if it is in the sense of everybody, maybe with a few exceptions of the ones that we've heard before. But I don't care about. So that's the basic approach, and I would like to build up a school in that direction. 2020 was the first start. That something came in between. I wasn't allowed to go to the school. Everything that I did was cancelled. Okay. So I had to improvise. That means in summer I started digitizing things. I did that live in front of people. Last October I went online. It exploded again. And by now we are the biggest alternative education movement, at least in the German-speaking language. But it's going out in the world. Sri Lanka, Indonesia. Without me knowing about it, they just write to me, look, we did this, and it's all decentralized, and in the sense of everybody should take where they say, okay, that works for me, and I don't want to prescribe anything. That would tell me again, having some kind of authority, explaining, saying how a million of children should be treated. So he doesn't have his own children, he doesn't teach them, he's in no contact with them, but he comes up with the idea on how to deal with them. So if we ask the children, do you know how the school could be better? They say, I have a great idea, but they are not asked. It is not wanted. And the question is completely against human biology. 100% not, well, maybe we didn't know better. The small person, the small boy, just learned to jump and run, and then we tell him to sit down, and if not, you need to go to see a psychologist. And then they learn how to speak, and we tell them, shut up, speak only when I ask. And then you can only say what I told you to say. And if you got your own ideas and want to go your own way, you're going to be punished. You'll only be rewarded if you say the right thing. And now be creative and be happy with that. Okay, find the mistake. It's impossible to work. And there's loads of studies, ABC studies, what else? creativity of the children is massively reduced year by year as they go through school. It's a training system. In Germany, in German, the word can be phrased as stop training. And so what they did, they gave the children a paperclip, gave them an hour and tell them to play around with it for an hour, see what you could do with it. And they did it with 4-year-old, 15 years old, 25 years old, and the result was massive. The 4-year-old says everything is possible. I did magician shows for children before. And you open the box in front of the 5 years old. I just opened the box and they start screaming, "I can do this! I can do this!" I haven't done anything, so immediately they start, "I can do this!" And then you ask the parent, an adult, for the simplest thing. So they say, "Oh, I can't do this. I don't want to." So. The point is, say what I say, you are rewarded, and say something else than what I say, you are punished. It's a perfect time to see this we're in. And before they go to school, they don't have this. And you've seen that in the presentation. What I tell them is the parents that do right in biology learning, language is the way parents learn it. And we get told we've got to be a language talent. People or children learn 2-3 languages at the same time, without vocabulary, without books, besides learning to walk and run and jump. And they do it with grammar and vocabulary in the school with a professional teacher, and don't get to learn a single language and think that they are no language talent. So there's something wrong in all that story.
They grow up with 3 languages. Oh, you mean it as an example?
So bilinguals, an Italian father, a Spanish mother living in Germany, they live 3 languages at the same time. That's real language, and that's what I have taken up. The most efficient way to what we do in mathematics as well. We just looked at where does it work, and that is in India, for example. They are simply ahead of it, not because they are more smart when they are born. It's not having an intermediate God saying, okay, you are smart, you go to India, and these stupid guys go to Germany. No, they have a different system. I looked at it and showed it. And our children are just as good in maths as we are.
Well, what I found interesting with this presentation, where in this current system, of course, as you described it, where children are taught methodologies so they can learn faster. But what I found interesting with your approach, the mnemonic techniques, but there was a lot of physical aspects as well. There was, you mentioned a child who always was going back and forth. If this boy would have had to sit down, he would have burst. If I think of my own boy, he couldn't do that because he's very agile, and those kinds of children have big problems in our educational system because they find it they're disadvantaged because they're not as quiet. What I found interesting with the mnemonic techniques is that they involve the body, the Indian system, where they add up figures, for instance, but you can multiply very well with it, and then you gave an example of a figure, a Thai figure. That way you can remember how you call this, what you call this figure in Thai. And I realized days later that I still remember it. I can't read other languages, other writing systems. Maybe I could learn with your system, but like the Cyrillic system, the Greek alphabet, I can imagine that, but others are so far away. But this way, I was able to remember them, and that's quite impressive within 10 minutes or whatever.
Yes.
That's why I gave you this introduction to Japanese, and I think you can confirm it can work. It works within minutes. I tried it with thousands, and that's why I can actually claim it with little children. That's why I said yesterday I can't make a presentation for adults and for children at the same time. And other presentation speeches where you participated, where some younger children were present and older children, you can't do it at the same time. And these younger children who run around a lot, they need to run around the house once so they can get rid of the energy. And then I start with the movements because they're really brilliant about it. You just have to look at where children are good at. Everybody's good at something, and those who are very energetic, want to move all the time, you have to treat them differently from those who want to sit. And they sometimes don't even notice that they learn that they're learning something. We made exercises where they didn't notice that they were learning something. They were just having fun, but they were physical exercises. They were physics, mathematics, and other things. But those are only transitional phases. That's only a transition. This School of the Future in 2 steps is only a transition until we can be free and take everything that is available. But now there are things that are, well, let's call it censored. They're not desired, but nobody can tell me. I didn't invent Indian mathematics. It's been around for centuries. Nobody can tell me that the last 30 years that the internet has been around, that nobody has taken a look at the Indian schools and filmed and, okay, that's what they do, and has come back and said, look, we have a good idea here. Nobody can tell me that.
Well, the Indians are doing very well with all that IT stuff. That's going to have a deep anchoring somewhere. So I think probably they thought they are somehow skilled and talented, but maybe it is in this kind of context. And that is, of course, a different aspect for us, probably not only as an exit from the current system, but in general, we make much more sense that we look at these things and learn these things that are much more easier to learn for the children. Why should we fight with the system while other peoples have come up with something better?
It's all there, but it's been kept from us. And I spoke to the institutions, to the ministries, and I said, I can develop the textbooks, I can develop the curricula, and everything is brushed away.
Why was that?
Well, some of them just kicked me out, and some of them said this is fraud. There's nothing as efficient as our system. And then I asked, well, are you willing? I've visited so many headmasters, and they can't be all that stupid that nobody ever noticed that I was successful. Are you willing to call them or go along to a school class and I show it live to you? Sometimes it sounds unrealistic. I can show you, just watch it. And some headmaster said, well, I don't believe it. Then come along and watch me.
So apparently, if you gave the example of children that if they grow up with different nationality parents in a third country, they speak 3 languages, probably because they are unbiased. Because if I see how language is taught in schools, usually you've got all that grammar that puts you into a frame that and you're afraid that if you don't understand the so-called skeleton, you can't speak the language. But these children can do without 3 languages better than people who did it with all that grammar. So probably it's due to the prejudices and an open approach saying, oh, this is very complex, I don't dare to say that way.
Fear is the opposite of learning. And the intrinsic motivation is always there with the children. If we can maintain that, then we won. This child will learn everything it needs in a short period of time, even if it's Chinese symbols. And I had a child in Berlin who couldn't memorize a single word in English, and then she got to know a Polish boy and fell in love with him, and the only way to communicate with them was English, and all of a sudden she absorbed it.
Yeah, but because she did it, because she spoke, probably not because she read a grammar book.
Definitely not. The children don't do that either. What I'm saying about learning a language, how do dad and mom do that with the child? And then there's scientists with 3 doctorates, and we need to believe them, and that's the way it doesn't work. Biology is way ahead of us.
But somehow I think the point is that what you've presented in that presentation, it has a more emotional component to it. It was about if you get memories, they are funny, or memory helps. It's easier to memorize things if they're funny, for example. And it's frustrating if you start learning a new language and you have little opportunity to move because you don't know all the figures. With the way you teach it, you can, but probably other things I'll learn quickly as well, so that in a short time I get to a level that I'm able to communicate with. That's when it starts being fun. Sometimes there are people who are in a school for 5 years, evening schools, and sit there for 10 years, and then they're able to say their names in English or say, "How are you?" And that is very frustrating, because you're so reduced when you're abroad that in your personal, you can't unfold your personality or get into a dialogue. So
there are free videos. If you look at all those language videos, and there is an introduction on how to learn a language, and you can do it for a weekend, and after that you can communicate in that language. You don't speak it fluently, but most children who'd had 8 years of Italian at school can speak as well with than the children who do it for a weekend. I've tried it. It's about getting into the language. We don't think in grammar. If you are native speakers of German, then you don't have, and you haven't studied grammar, then you know sounds right or sounds wrong, and that's all you know. But if you study in current schools, then you think, okay, Ricardo just asked me something in the second person, and I have to answer in the second person present as well.
What is a help here, really? Apparently, they are restrictions, the grammar is.
Just like before. They're offered a solution that is actually the problem. You create a problem that never was. Language has always worked.
You have to get into it. I think the first step is a crucial step, and if you are in the scene, in the country, the example you've given, you are only able to talk to someone in that way. You won't just read a grammar book, but you'll just do it. And then it is exercise, it's training that makes the master. The first step is crucial, and the rest comes automatically. I wanted to become a jet pilot with the army. And I got out of it early enough when I thought that I can't do this, take an order and do it. Of course, here I completely agree, because what I could hide away from this, I have red-green blindness, but I could, so you go along a table and there's different images, pictures, I don't know what's that term's called, these different spots which you have to find a figure, and they went in front of me, and I could learn what the people pointed at me before, so they did find it out at some of the tests and thought, sorry, not a very good idea with you, could be very expensive if you don't know red and red from green, and you pull the ejection sheet instead of lowering the gear. So that's places where you have to follow rules, but nearly everything else, especially languages, you have to talk them. And you know, did you understand it or not? And probably nice people are there to correct you. And it works. I fully agree. Maths, well, I don't see it that way, but that could have some talent to it, maybe. And that you say it's not the case, but anyway.
Well, after this Zoom meeting, I would have said the same, but from what I've seen, it is very relieving. Many things you can learn very fast, and then you have to understand the mathematics behind it, of course, but you don't have to apply it all the time, because the mathematics really is simple. But you have such a time delay by multiplying, for instance. that you could do much more easily in other ways. I think this physical aspect gives you I don't know, more strength to do it.
Well, it's the emotional imagery, funny link up that works better. And I fully agree to, like in sports, we have Olympic Games, and it's, am I German champion or world champion? Of course, that's beyond it. I agree. But if they really get good in maths and German, that doesn't have anything to do with talent. So talent is the last couple of percent. And I've seen that done that in many presentations, that genius children who pull the third root of something up to 1 million, that this is not a case of genius. It's simple technique. Everybody can learn that very easily. Also, people who were in the big TV shows, I learned a 200-figure number. Anybody can do that, and I did that with many people. The point is, if I have talent and zeal to go right to the top, that's a difference then. But if anybody can do far beyond what is called a genius level now,
I think we have to ask another question concerning school. I enjoyed going to school because I found it easy. It wasn't all that difficult for me. But I had the problem with mathematics that I always had afraid of it. And I asked myself at some stage, why I was never an excellent student there. And I asked, why is it? And I changed my attitude, and all of a sudden I got good in maths. And I think this attitude issue is a big issue with mathematics, at least. And because many say that school, is kind of a biotope where you're with other children, etc. That is true, but you could imagine having it in a different way. It doesn't have to be in this constellation that I only am with age peers in the same class, and that is always a group of 20 to 30 pupils, and the entire concept could be entirely different. I could imagine, for instance, that I could have learned what I needed to learn. I found that it was repeated again and again. Oftentimes I found that we repeated things all the time, over and over again, with history and other things. But if we had this much faster, and then I had a school where I can do printing and caring for chickens, etc., or make paper or whatever, like an art school where I can try out things. So I'm not indoctrinated all the time. You have to do it this way or that. So where you have a certain freedom, that would be great.
And these are the main subjects, is music, sport, and arts. That's what the focus has to be, and it's always cancelled. These are the three most cancelled subjects. And if somebody says, I want to be a musician or art and not sports, they can say it's great. Saying, I don't want to do sports, it's good. Everybody wants to do that. I don't know a single child which says yes to all types of music, all types of art, and to sports, and they don't like any of them. So they do want it. They do want one of these at least. And of course, it's bad to say it's bad. You have to. We're not alone in a world. We are a social being. That would also be a problem to. What do we learn if we're all alone? I use my elbows. I have to put my own emotions, my own needs away because I have to follow what the guy in front says to be good. Do we want that? So that in life, where did you get most social contacts from? Hobbies, profession, sports, activities like these. So, how many people from school do you know?
Well, hardly any of those. You lose sight over time. We have a different development that we observed now, that the people you thought, well, not me so much, but others that I knew, where I thought those are our friends, through Corona, all of this became untangled. But then all of a sudden you met people that are at the same level with you, and without having to adhere to any conventions, it's a natural thing, a sudden thing.
Yeah, that's why I say, yes, social being, but that doesn't, social interaction, but that doesn't have to take place in school, in a classroom with 30 other people. You can think this completely anew, together with the children.
And in principle, there would be more exchange if you imagine that you have a class for screen printing, etc., and then you have different children from different age groups, and then you have more dynamics, you have more real connections, such as in a sports club, rather than being seated next to somebody else in school.
If two of us are in a tennis club, we have one thing in common, which is tennis, and that's what we can talk about and what we can join up with. So I don't want to restrict anybody here. It's just important that we do that together with the children and the parents and the teachers who are there for the children, and they have very well selected. So now they have to be deciding locally, independent from the top. They can go up to saying, I have a question, have you got a solution for this and that? But I have to be able to decide, and this is why I always say decentralization of educational authority. And if one director says, no, I'm a bit more focused on sports, and the other says, no, I'm a bit more on respiratory techniques, that's good for me. Everybody should be able to decide for that themselves. What I want to do is open a library of opportunities and possibilities that do work, and everybody picks out of that what they feel well with. I don't know, little John in South Wales, what's he for? What does he want? But I can offer them a range of things that do work, and then the parents could say, okay, let's try this. He may like this, and he can say that he likes it. And if he wants to go to a state school, which some children want to do, yes, they can. But what do I with the other 9 who don't? Well, they have to be able to decide what school to go, an alternative school, a private school, or no school at all, as my parents were able to do with me. And that's the option. That's the option that I want to give to the people for a free selection. And what your religion is, I don't care, just don't annoy me with it. The school you send your child to is free to be. Let me decide where I want to go. Competency has to go back to the people in all areas, not in school. It all has to be decentralized and localized, the opposite of what's being told to us.
Well, that's been our approach the whole time. Wolfgang Wodak keeps pointing out that we need to reclaim our sovereignty, that we need to decouple from these superordinate global structures that certainly, and we've noticed by now, of course, certainly don't have our interests at heart and aren't our governments, because they're not our governments anymore. And then it makes sense. But how could this happen in concrete terms? Now, for example, if a group of parents is motivated by you to do it entirely differently, what do you tell them? If they say, we'd like to use your approach, or what can you suggest as how could we do better without the mandate, without the straitjacket, because that seems to be what is an impediment.
Well, as it's in Germany, it's the most difficult country to the
not surprised
to the legislation. So the first thing I ask them, what do you want? Like in school, something like in school, no quicker, less stressful. Do you want to learn completely free? Give all freedom to the children? Do you want to have external tests and just be quicker and use the other time for other things to do? That's the first step, that idea. And then, as there are so many inquiries that I get, Nobody knows where things come up. It was all decentralized, and what I tell them and what is don't mention my name. There was good school concepts that went on a name and a cover, and after 3 weeks the media killed it, and that's what we're doing with me. But nobody knows where we are and who does what. It's decentralized, so take the content, take the opportunities, take what you need, build it up in your own name and bring your own personality in. So that it gives you a frame. Otherwise, I will be your frame, and I don't want to be. I just give you the tools, and I give you a hammer, a nail, and a few wooden boards. Build from it what you want. And just go to the homepage. It's very easy. wearefree.com in German. wirsindfrei.com. It means knowledge creates freedom, and there is some instruction on how to build a school. There's people who've done it. There is individual networking opportunities for every federal state in every region, and so people can network there. There's 10,000s in it. More and more always, and we've only opened it for half a year, and it's got 30,000 members already. And join up with us and build something regionally. Call it whatever, playgroup, call it Playgroup Munich, so that nobody knows what's going on. And that means you've got the rough instructions, you've got the networking for every subject that we have, Maths, Latin and English, everything we have supported. We've hundreds of teachers, and you can say, I'm Viviana, I have a problem, I didn't understand this, can someone explain to me? And usually 3 people come up and explain that. And then, okay, that you can understand things, and he doesn't assess you. He doesn't know whether you have heard it 5 times or the first time. It's all free of charge. We just take where somebody gives us free donations. Many parents, many teachers who are happy to provide 2 hours per week. There is a timetable, and saying, I like to give some of my time for children, for other people, free of charge. And there's sports in the morning. We know about herbs, respiratory techniques, and normal school subjects. And the only thing that we measure is do the children click it on and like it, and that's the criteria. So there are some opportunities how to process the content, and there is exercises and courses. I have done over 150 videos. How do I learn a language? How do I do this formulas? How can I do weekdays, ABC, and times on the clock? You could just put that on. You could enter Mickey Mouse. You can put anything. I just need something. So, free, available. And always people say, where's the problem? What do I have to pay? Where's the subscription? Well, look for it. We won't find it. And it's all there, free of charge. And still, the first 4 years of school have been done with finished stories. So the things that people have to learn, children have to learn in school, and we're going to do that for upper school level. And then all of the things that have to be learned in school, it is prepared biologically, so to say, ready for the brain to consume.
You're talking of conventional curricula.
Yes, yes. So there is a course on how to learn at Solve. I can learn things, other things. And then in addition, we've got the school curricula, all of the topics that have to be there. Sometimes they're minimum regional areas, sometimes, well,
essentially, it's about a new approach insofar as we're talking about new techniques of learning.
Yes, but always been there.
Yeah, as you said, from India, mathematics, for instance. But essentially, it's about trying to acquire knowledge that is normally transmitted via so many crutches that aren't really crutches, they're really impediments, to take it and present it in a way that's appropriate for children and faster.
In the first step. In the second step, we can take a lot of the curricula out. Everyone is interested in physics. They're all going to learn how to read and write and calculate basics. But if somebody wants to know about history before the 30-year war, not everyone is going to be interested in that, and that can cancel that. And so we want to provide all the curricular content for everyone who's interested. How do I use my brain, plus psychological things. So why is Robert reacting this way? Why do the boys write small letters, and why do the girls write big? How do I talk about legastheny, HDIS, and so on, dyscalculia? If you can't do maths, that is, we just solve that in minutes, literally. And we make all of that providable. And I give you an example. You're a single mother with 3 children, everybody far away, and you have to work, and you want to train your child. And with this, you can do it. You are independent. It's good if I have a very good teacher who works with this and gets this human component in. And that's the most important thing. If I've got that, it's nice. But even if I don't have all that and I depend on myself, I can do it with that. That's the idea of it.
And it can be used on top of schools. If you're still caught in the conventional system, you can do this additional training with the children in order to make it easier for them, even though it may, of course, be more boring for them, but then at least they have a certain certainty.
Less stress, less fear of tests and so on, and they have learned the vocabulary much faster, and they have a lot of leisure time, and that is, they can be told what to do in that time. So there is existing state schools where the teacher have understood this and say they compromise the stuff, the material, the content of that, and then they can decide let's try out things in nature, and nobody can prevent that. That's a good thing.
Even for schools now, there are schools that say, okay, we want to implement it. If you want to do this, you can introduce this additional element, and if you can see, well, if the children know it already, you can actually proceed faster with your normal curriculum.
Either that, or you find out where's the children who need to extra training, or maybe, the parents are divorcing and that boy has a problem we could take care of. All these things that are simply ignored in school now, and I don't want to prescribe the teachers what to do with the time. They can look in the groups and see what do the others do, picking up ideas, and they decide for themselves. Otherwise, I'm the next tyrant who will tell them, well, if you don't do the school as I tell you, then I don't give you the content. And that's exactly what we don't want. So it's completely local. And there are people who have been translating this stuff for themselves. And I think people from all around the world are listening to this. So if you are in your country and you want it for your own language, just go to the website. We'll send it to you. You can translate it. There's only just a single condition. You have to give it away free. Otherwise, we'll have the same shit again. So if you have it, if you want to use it, please do so, but share it for free. And that means it's going to be spreading worldwide. And I have thought about things for Africa, for example, which was a topic before. There are tablets with a little solar panel in the back. That means they learn how to read, how to calculate. And what's the basic rights? Most people are kept small without knowledge. So that's why I say knowledge creates freedoms. If you don't know about things, you see that in the climate, you see that in Corona, not knowing things. Here, get tools on how to get knowledge quickly and how to really learn to ask critically. And that's it. You've got it. Nobody can take it away, because all you need in Africa is sun. I think that's the only thing that don't have, that they have. no lack of, is sun. So it'd be great if somebody, whatever country they come from, contact us and we will help them to implement it.
So the easiest way is your website, wirsindfrei.com.
Yes, that's the address of the club. The email address is email at Wissenschaft macht frei.
Well, I think that's a great liberation, really. I was in an anti-authoritarian kindergarten, so maybe I can ask questions more freely that others don't ask. But I have to say, in my case, the situation was my father was a professor of psychology, and so there's freedom and reading and doing and playing around. That was always something that was tolerated, encouraged. So doing things as we thought fit. But I think this purely anti-authoritarian is not only, this has a different aspect as well, because it asks what is fun. It adds, the aspect, it's not only anti-authoritarian, but it also goes as far as creating fun and learning things yourself. So without any rules, some of my the other children in my kindergarten had no structure. Nobody told them what to do, but then they didn't know what to do with themselves. So this is good because it kind of encourages children to do something, enjoying fun, so learning with fun.
Yes, you can teach the rules in a different way. If the children start to want to play football on the motorway, as a teacher you say no, obviously. But the point is to bring the idea across and the reasoning. My parents did this and they were told, they were ridiculed all the way through. Playing with fire. Children love to play with fire. And so what my father said is, okay, let me be with it and let it do at small scale. If you want to hold your hand in it, don't do it. It was very clear that I don't just touch into the open flame. That was very clear. I learned that, and I don't have to discuss this. Or you have to do this and that.
So anti-authoritarian alone is not enough. You can't allow children to be in a vacuum. You need to give incentives to show them the direction.
Yes, you should tell them and show them why they should adhere to rules. Well, as soon as I understood something, I could accept it. My history teacher started to tell me stories, and I just laughed at her, saying, "I've never heard of this." And I said, "I lived with the Indians. So you read them. You read to them what was in the books." And I said, "There's something else." Same thing with my physics teacher. My physics teacher, I said, don't believe what's in the book. Ask yourself, it can't be true. And then he called me in front of the class and he told me, look, if I don't tell you what is in the books, I have to feed my children. I'm scared of losing my job. So please stop asking these questions. And that was okay with me. And that's what my children did. What my parents did when I wasn't allowed to do things, it was reasoned. It wasn't said, they didn't say, because I said this, and this has always been the case, I didn't have this. And I never went to drugs, cigarettes, or alcohol or anything, because they told me, look, we do it like this because, and now decide what you want to do. And they lived it out for themselves. It's very important that the parents didn't have any beer either, none of it. And this is just the role model. I can't be panic maths as a children. So say here, this is Ricardo giving you a few maths videos. Learn it. What can I expect? So I say, well, you hear something like, well, you learn for your life, not for school. It's the best time of learning. So nice. How often have you asked your parents and seen them reading a maths book because they love maths when you came home from school? So I asked them, well, never. But they always tell you that's what you do, and they don't do it. And then they find out, well, maybe I was lied at. And the parents in their free times, they don't read maths books or physics books or English, but they have a coffee and gossip.
Well, very well. So again, a closer look is worthwhile. You might do that by checking out this website, and then you have to decide what you want. You have to be able to see different sides of the coin. My wife is a teacher, and she has been quite frustrated, sometimes saying the real good ones are not covered by the system. Those who don't tread down the predetermined path, they are lost by the wayside. And that's, she said, it's very hard to take.
There's marvelous schools, marvelous people in the system, but it's only a few. It's a minority. Many of them went in with positive ideas and they failed in the system, failed because they were told they have to do what they have to do. I talked to many teachers. Not all of them are in line.
No, we know, but the system is too strong at this stage. Maybe this is an opportunity now.
I think it is, yes. It's very important, and this could be the turnaround now. We know that many people from the Basis are organizing in these groups. Maybe they haven't all been inspired by you, but a few will see it now, and they will spread the word that people look at it, and I think it can help. It can help to win the time in order to develop other things. I think that's very important.
Well, I have to say, you have to see that the Pope had slaves at work, and wars have killed people. It's us who allowed this. It's us who did this. So we have to change it. And something positive by conclusion, if they knew how much is in the background, then I wouldn't have a... I would have a negative article every 3 weeks, but every day. Yeah, I'm a Nazi, an aluminum hat, a sectist, misogynist, child abuser.
Karma wise, you shouldn't say these things.
I know what I am and what I'm not, and as long as little children hug me when I make presentations and say, yes, I'm a genius, I didn't know, thank you, I can live with it.
At the end of the story, you have to see the facts speak for themselves. Quality prevails, is what someone said. Ricardo, very, very interesting and enlightening. What many people didn't think, that outside of this forced system you can do things. As I said, my wife said a while ago, the system has broken down. This education system, I've said for a while that the justice system is broken down, and now we notice everywhere we look, the system is broken.
It's interesting, there's always something added on top.
Yes, you think you've got it, and then there's more to it.
Well, this is School and Movement, Maris Asfeld, who looked into this. Well, and this adds to it, expands on it, new tools. So the school, she attended the Protestant school in Berlin Center, and I think they had the best leaving cert, the best graduates, and what they do is they work in groups, etc.
You got to list it all and give it to everyone to select what suits them. and then it's done. It's done. And too many know it. They can slow it down. It's all bad. They're all sects. So everybody who took their children from school have been called idiots. All the mothers with small children. But it's done. It's through.
So a lot of people took their children off school.
Yes.
Well, that's probably a broad movement. We can't rely on anything reported by the mainstream media. It's all done with. Not only this, the system is broken. A friend of ours who we appreciate very much, he said, look, there's a 300-meter wave that will gobble up those, wash away those who told us all these things. They know already that it's coming. They know they haven't a chance.
Of course, I know most about education. I can say it's unstoppable. It can be slowed down, but it's unstoppable. It's done. Otherwise, all the years that I've put into this will be in vain.
Well, it certainly won't be in vain. Ricardo, thank you very much. We now have to listen to Norbert Hering, who has been waiting for a while. You're welcome to stay.
I live in car and presentation, so I'll be off to the next presentation.
Thanks for taking the time.
I'll give you the other two contacts as well.
I was with Hans-Christian Christine, and we need to talk about this one of these fine days, okay?
Okay, bye-bye. I'll move over. Mr. Hering, I know you've been waiting for a while, but you're still okay, are you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great to have you with us. The topic is Corvin told us how the World Economic Forum used the pandemic to extend their influence on the global governance. Very important strategy to recover the power back from the corporates. More important, let's go right to it. The Economic World Forum is a very central topic, especially now. Okay.
Well, I was waiting for the question now.
Yeah. What's making the WEF so special? Why are they able to? They call them elites, but so-called self-declared elites together. We know it's from Klaus Schwab. Started all of this in '71 with another name, but strangely enough, with 33 years old, he was able to get 400 leaders, economic leaders, together. He built it up with more and more economic leaders and people who control companies who are controlled by others, right to politics and media. How can that be explained that we didn't get it? What strange concentration of power happened?
Well, it all happens in this shadow world of global governance, which is far removed from our everyday experience, from all the parliaments, even though it's very important because all the initial decisions are taken there that then subsequently are only passed down to the parliaments in order to be sanctioned and cast into the shape of acts of law there. That is where the World Economic Forum cooperates with the world's largest corporations that are assembled there, for whom the World Economic Forum does the lobby work. And that is what I show in relative detail in my book, How Mr. Schwab managed to systematically organize the World Economic Forum with the corporates, the help of the US government to take control of the UN system, how they use international fora to extend their influence, The trick is that all these four are informal, and that also applies to the G20, so the governments of the 20th most important nations. That's an informal club that has no decision-making power officially, but we all know, that a huge lot is decided there. But as it is legally informal, the government goes there without a mandate from Parliament, and they never say that what we agree here is subject to parliamentary control. No, what they say is we commit to implementing this at home, and then the government majorities in Parliament have to adopt it. The G20 is like a spider in the web of the entire system of such informal fora, which oftentimes set the standards in public-private partnership that then will be implemented subsequently. A very interesting example are the standards for the control of the pharmaceutical industry, of how medication is licensed, is approved. There is a body called ICH composed of government representatives of the EU, the US, and Japan, and on the one hand, and pharmaceutical organizations on the other hand, from these three economic areas. And these pharmaceutical organizations are not consultants, but they meet at eye level with the governments to agree on the standards of how their research, their studies are accepted or rejected. And with a bit of imagination, you can imagine what is the upshot. Well, there's, I think, an organization called ICNIRPS that determines the radiation levels that may be emitted by telephones. I think it's almost incestuous what they're doing there. Is that comparable to what we started seeing many, many years ago? The media interest, for understandable reasons, has slackened off. Is it a bit like these public-private partnerships that, in an absurd way, started in the financial industry? The most obvious example for this absurdity was the fact that German banks had free consultants consulting the financial ministry. So they were more than consultants, they were basically those who determined the agenda. Can we expect this to happen across the board? The financial industry, of course, never created anything, they only plunder. That is maybe the most striking example, but this seems to be across the board, across all industries, that private industry use lobbyists. You said WEF does the lobby work for the corporations here, that the entire business has a direct influence on government activities via these fora.
Yes, the cooperation of governments and corporates is a fundamental feature of the system. Without a friendly government that creates the rules that that capitalism needs, it won't work. And that's the fundamental character of capital, which is the value of restricting competition. Capital is the counter value of all future profits, calculated down to the current value, and that is only will be implemented and realized when there is no competition. If it went like in the textbooks with full competition, there won't be capital. So competition and capitalism are not the same, and they are opposites. I quote the investor Peter Thieling in my book. who did a lecture on saying that competition is for losers, and that explaining that all entrepreneurs have following the main goal to stop competition and not having to face this. And that's what the corporates need the state for. That's a very normal approach in capitalism. And that many of the parts of the state, including the investment in infrastructure, in education and training, that is elementary and crucial for the profit interest of the corporate, and that can be called very normal if you agree to capitalism. But there is a self-enforcing tendency that the corporates try to get more and more and more rights and get more and more protection. Patent rights is a good example here. Levering out heavy competition, and everything concentrates even more and more. That's a typical characteristic that returns that ends in cleaning crisis. As often it was big crisis, wars or breakdowns, like in the world financial crisis, and then it starts all over again. And we are now looking at a very extreme situation that we have reached, which I call the final of capitalism, because it can't be foreseen how the clearing crisis can be foreseen, and all the elites do everything to avoid it. And also after the end of capitalism that I see dawning, they want to maintain their privileges. Mr. Ehret, I have given an interview yesterday to one of the most important American psychiatrist, Peter Breger, a very experienced person who has written a book about Corona, and he sees, in parts I agree to him, but not completely, he sees the problem that we're having today economically, socially, nearly only as a Chinese problem. I think he does see that there's American platforms. Peter Thiel is one of them who are responsible for these platforms. I think that he sees the American platforms are anti-competition and trying to get oligarchs. But he sees it as a majorly Chinese problems. Really, I don't understand this, really. I see this as now what the destruction that's being going on at the moment, and what is being destructed is shared around the platform, Amazon first of all, but all the Chinese grab their what we have in industry, our retail. The Chinese are getting our automotive industry. Yes, geopolitically, that's the American view on a very important geopolitical aspect of this. I see this as a very important point, because what is happening now is quite monstrous, really, and it is not happening for small reasons. That is why we have to look at the big geopolitical problems and issues, and China is very important here indeed, because the Americans have arrived at the conclusion, reasonably so, probably, that the digitization and what will be called intelligence or smartness in the future will be the key of who is going to be successful in the future, economically or not. And with that, who will have the military rule. That's not my formulation, but this has been said by National Safety Committee for Artificial Intelligence from the US, who have written this, and with that reason, this commission was implemented by the head of the former boss of Google, Eric Schmidt, and from these, a presentation has become public saying that exactly that China is overtaking the US in terms of AI, and that will lead to them being the prevailing power economically and military wise, and that is something which the American government in the broader sense does not think acceptable. So that means they're going to do all possible to stop this. And in this presentation, there's two main reasons given for China being so successful, which is on one hand the large power of the state, the cooperation with the big Chinese corporates without being restricted by any data security laws, civilian laws, so that the groups get all data they need and can do everything with it what they want, and that's why they have much more opportunity to develop applications. And the second reason being that the analog infrastructure in China is so bad and in other industrial countries so good that they can't that they are not dependent on digitization, but the people are happy with what they have. They like to go for shopping, find what they want, and think it's a positive experience. While in China, if you get everything digitally, it's being used immediately because many people have bad opportunities to shop, and tele-education, telemedicine are good offers if there's no corresponding analog method as we have. We are happy with what we've got and look at these developments more critically. This is seen as a big problem, it's presented as a big problem, and what we see, the analog infrastructure is destroyed at record speed. Shops are closed, schools are closed, everything is digitized extremely in the schools, but also digital sales platforms make massive progress. And at the same time, the power of the governments is extended, all protective rights are reduced. That stops AI, Silicon Valley and the Chinese pendant in the end to take overall power. That is what we are looking at now, and it matches perfectly this geopolitical strategy, which, as I said, I didn't formulate myself, but that commission did. So if the power of the governments is extended, are we not really talking, due to that 30 years of very close link up of Davos, of the Davos guys and public-private partnerships, are we not really talking about the power of the corporates using the governments? Well, that's the impression that we have more and more. If we look at how the government, heads of governments, go to Davos as a pilgrimage and talk to the billionaires, that does really look like it. How the World Economic Forum selects nearly who says what in politics and promotes them as young leaderships and so on. So the global shapers are the youngest of the groups. They are at university, they are picked, and then the next ones are the young global leaders, who then in multi-year programs, including Harvard courses and so on, trained to effectively become important. Merkel was there, Spahn, Macron, Baerbock is there now, Blair was there, Brown, the former finance minister of the US. And often of them, many of them at very, very early stage, he was English, sorry, selected very, very early on in their careers. Becoming a family minister was very small, and she was global leader of the World Economic Forum. So things happen in Davos. Like a small Bilderberg, you don't get much of it with the benefit of not being conspirative like Bilderberg has. But the same thing happens there as well, that the government, heads of governments are brought together informally with the heads of the corporates and talk about what they think is important. And if we look at the brochures of the WEF, then of course Schwab pins everything on his chest, which is important in terms of global decisions and developments in the back doors in Davos between the heads of governments and heads of corporates. You said before that there is going to be a crash. I didn't think you used the word, but a pure cleansing process, as we've seen it in the world crisis 2009. But if I look that on the other side, luckily we don't have a monolithic power, but conflicting interests. The Chinese have different interests than the Americans, and there's a couple of other figures playing a role. Then they don't really have control of what's happening, but I have what happened in the world financial crisis seen as a complete loss of control. And only after that I was extremely puzzled, especially by explanations like you've been given, like as Wolf has been giving us. I was extremely puzzled afterwards how and why nobody of the main responsible people in the financial industry was stopped, and at least afterwards stopped and got the people responsible. Well, it's clear now, because the people who didn't do anything else than just hollow words, Steinbrück, Merkel saying this is not going to happen, because they are under full control. At least that is my impression. So far influenced by the people they should control that they don't have any ability to do so. Yes, that's mainly done by the central banks today, and the central banks are extremely quickly rotating door with the financial industry. That means all central bankers, every important bankers are extremely high paid consultants or top managers of financial institutes. Look at Mr. Weber of UBS. Many examples, massive amounts of examples. The US central bank boss was central bank boss before, and then for a couple of years she wasn't anything, and got lots of millions for presentations in the financial industry. Then she became finance minister. She controlled the financial industry before, she does so now, and took lots of money from the financial industry, and she's going to do so again. That's quite typical. So this is not the financial interest only. That is pre-selected. Who thinks this is right and who doesn't think this is right before will get this. Only if you play along, you'll get there. But the monetary interest, of course, is massive. That you have to play along with the banks, with the industry, that will give you millions in the end if you play along with their rules. So that's quite a clear setting of interests here. And if you look at the government and you see how hundreds of millions have been used in order to save small and medium-sized banks, just to not let the system collapse, that shows us what's going on, or in the US, just as over here, but especially in the US, very clear. The banks had many of hundreds of billions of help because of their real estate business with non-credit worthy people. They had massive losses and were threatened to break down, but that was not given to any condition that they should, the people who go bankrupt had to be relieved of their credits. No, millions of them have been kicked out of their homes. and the BlackRock and financial investor bought them at a penny and became the biggest landlord of housings in the US. Within 2 years, the financial industry trapped the people in and got the state to help them out, and then made the big profit by buying the cheap homes, and the state really went along. Another example or counter example, and this is what I could think would happen or can happen in the transition, because we are in the final game now, in the final round, because by these massive injections of money by the Federal Bank keeps it going, and it can't be reversed anymore. It can't be saved. And I think the elites see it the same way, that the breakdown is due to happen, and that can happen in two ways. Either the way like 2009 by the state paying or the government's paying for everything, or like Iceland did. They had three massive banks which did business worldwide, and it's a country, I think, with nearly only a million inhabitants, massive banks that went bankrupt, and then the state didn't give money to them. And that's also because that it would have been much too expensive, so that it wouldn't have been possible. And the others could somehow be saved with hundreds and billions, but Iceland can't do this. So they had the banks go bankrupt, pulled the plug, separated what needs to be necessary to keep gyro money going. State gave that to the state. The rest went bankrupt, and nobody got back their money. And that led the British to threaten war on Iceland, and all legal affairs had to be taken, but it did work out. They won, and without too much of a problem for the population, they could manage that massive breakdown simply by not worrying about the loss of the capital. And that would be my idea, that this crash that is due to happen doesn't have to become a disaster if one doesn't try to preserve the rights of the capital, but just let that go down the drain.
That's always been my approach. The trigger of this financial crisis were these credits, these real estate credits, which were also pushed into the market to people with low incomes in a criminal way, nearly identical to what happened in the US.
But much less, because Germany had a flat in real estate market at the time, while the US and Spain, England, Ireland, where that happened, there was a boom in Germany. Nobody expected great increase of values because the values had been dropping for a couple of years, and that is why the demand was not so high. That was our luck at the time.
Well, that's probably correct for Germany. Now, concerning Deutsche Bank, which was deeply involved in this business as well, but they rolled out the red carpet for it in Germany because it's considered as too big to fail. And then the real laws, the normal laws, don't apply to them. So too big to fail meant that they were protected. But in the US, Deutsche Bank would have been knocked out because they jumped on the bandwagon too late. If they hadn't been saved by state funds via AIG, that has been hushed up. But, Mr. Herring, in truth, and that's why I think that your approach for a solution is correct and fair, i.e. the Icelandic one. The people who caused it all should have been held responsible. And Steinbrück and Merkel shouldn't have only said, oh, this mustn't ever happen. We should have followed up with action then. we can see the result now. If they had been allowed to crash then we wouldn't see what we're seeing now.
Yes, we're seeing the same thing happening again, that the capital is saved. I'm quoting some of the press titles going in that direction in my book. So and so many billions profit of a couple of banks per quarter due to the packages of the government. And this is not, first of all, for the banks, but it is saving packages for the society and the economy, which helps them to fulfill their duties to the capital. And then usually they are simply pushed through to the banks. The main responsibilities are that there is fixed payments, rents, interests, and so on, no income. And that way they are helped not having to go bankrupt, and the money goes straight back to the landlords and the loaning banks, helping them to not having to use their risk funding, because they thought they would be all bankrupt and then our credits will go default. All that didn't happen because the state pays for it. But there is no action whatsoever, or very, very few only, and only that were in the interest of the capital, to saying, we give you something, but your obligation to the capital is reduced. Then both will benefit. The capital gets the money that it is due, which it wouldn't get. And you don't have to go bankrupt, and the state doesn't have to pay so much because they need less money. But what did happen was only a temporary moratorium against cancellation of rental contracts because of no payments, which was in the interest of the capital, because if they had kicked the people out, the prices would have dropped and there would have been the losses immediately, while by the moratorium and the government aids that were given, most people are freed and the money goes back to the banks. And so it's the same principle again, just in a hidden way. As we've seen before in 2009, the claim of the capital are the holy cow. Rent, interest, and loans have to be paid, no doubt whatsoever. There is nothing like force majeure or anything that will have drops in capital, and the state makes sure that this really happens, that the people do pay it.
Well, but against this background, it's important to see that now the state has created a lot more options for action by these emergency legislation that we have now due to the pandemic or whatever. So we have to expect this crash, the next one, to be much more massive. Even without this huge expenditure of money during the pandemic, even before that, the whole bubble was much more bloated than what happened during the financial crisis. So it is easier to stop in favor of capital by having the state having more scope of action, limiting fundamental rights, etc. I don't know if a counter movement, Iceland style, would have better opportunities to unfold now if it wasn't like we're already faced with such limited fundamental rights. You know what I'm talking about? You included double negation here, so I'm not sure about the direction anymore. But I can see a good opportunity because I think that the crash will be huge. many things will crash simultaneously, and an attempt is made to avoid it, but I have my doubts whether this will work. If the entire financial industry cannot be bailed out anymore, and the entire financial system, which also involves the stock exchanges and all the bonds, etc., then something like a restart is necessary, because it will be beyond salvaging, like in 2009. I get the impression that in 2009, the people in responsibility, the elites, to put it this way, noticed, oh, this is going to be bad. And they said, okay, let's give it our all, because this was unimaginable until then, how much money the central banks can put into the cycle in order to keep things going. This is really extreme by now, that the central banks are the main suppliers of credit for the governments. Those are sleights of hand that will fail in time. And so they told themselves, okay, we'll do this, but they know that this can't go well forever and that you can't turn back from it. So a situation where you have negative interest rates and it's priced into the markets that this will continue like that for decades, then you can't increase the interest rate. But capitalism without interest won't work either, and so this is not workable anymore. And this period of time since 2010 was used to tighten the controls, to prepare us for the time of the crash, in order to maintain control and to control a population that might have some potential for revolution, to keep a control of this. That's my perception. That's what Viviane meant earlier, by having these quasi-fascist measures that we've seen, by suspending 80% of our fundamental rights. The controls have been tightened so fast already that we are seeing what is inevitable now. They believe that they have it under control because there are people like us or you who see behind this, and by getting this information immediately passing it on, we can inform more people about what's happening here. But you don't really need to think a lot, Mr. Herring. Without being an economist or a business administrator or an economics expert, you can easily see that what happened over the last 10 years is unsustainable. This has to blow up in our face, because if I just keep printing money without corroborating it, underpinning it with economic values, it has to blow up in our faces. Well, you have to be a bit careful. I would have found it difficult to imagine what's happening right now. And I won't say 100% that we couldn't have surprise inflation that is calculated down like in the 1970s. A lot can be leveled out, and a lot of monetary assets can be devalued. I think that this is not impossible, and we can see the extreme flood of the flight of the rich and super rich into real estate, into real values, creating these natural asset companies at the U.S. Stock Exchange that allows to put monetary capital into soil at the end of the day, into land, and for the large properties, for the large assets of retail investors, for instance, this creates an outlet. It's always only the top decision makers in the financial industry who have their own money, the money of the super rich, and the money of smaller investors that's pooled and put all in there, and it can be used then to exert influence, and that goes to the trillions, all the monies that can be invested here. That's happening right now. Bill Gates is already the biggest investor, the biggest owner of farming land in the US. Other Silicon Valley leaders are doing similarly. All the privatization rhetoric goes into the most analog thing you can think about, into land, into real estate, rather than into bits and bytes. That really indicates where we're headed. On the one hand, of course, that is a good hedge against social disintegration. And if the money is worth nothing anymore, you're still the most powerful person if you have the largest landed property. And of course, it's a good hedge against inflation. Well, Mr. Herring, that's what it's all about disappropriation. The question is just, who is being disappropriated? Are we allowing ourselves to be disappropriated as before, or do we make sure that we turn it upside down so Bill Gates is no longer the biggest landowner in the US? I think that's what it will boil down to, because it's the biggest transfer of assets from the bottom to the top that we ever had. We've always had feudal societies, feudal lords who had been as vicious as the ones as now, but it's never been as excessive as it is right now. And that's the big opportunity we have to recognize this. Well, it's reminiscent of the pharaohs. In my book, The Social Machine, I call it The Social Machine. It's not my term. In Mesopotamia, 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, these social machines were developed where everyone has his role to play, like in a machine, and is just put into his place. And it all is used to produce one end, for instance, to build these huge buildings to make the pharaoh immortal. So he already had the mortal power concentrated in his hands, and it's about immortality now. So the idea was that he would continue to protect his people who would continue to walk on earth. And what do we have now? We have so much power concentrated in the hands of the silicon leaders. It's only power, all this money. It's got nothing to do with spending money. The power is so big that it's not so interesting anymore, and now they have to go to space, and they're working on immortality. They all work on programs of how they can massively extend human life all the way to immortality. And that is really reminiscent of the pharaohs. Well, Mr. Herring, if we take a look at this power, one thing is, of course, recognizing it. The other question is how we can break it. How can we reconquer the power from the corporates? After all we've discussed, my impression is that the only way is to have it via a crash, i.e. via the Icelandic way. Yes, I agree, but that's why I wrote the book. We don't need books in order to promote revolution. We'll have to see whether it happens or not. We've had this during the world economic crisis as well, that the system was curtailed, but it wasn't fundamentally changed. What's important is to avoid, to take away the fuel that restarts this whole system again. And the fuel is capital, in the sense of the profits of large corporations that are then dispersed to individuals. We have to take the fuel away, because otherwise the people who own capital, who grow ever richer, we don't know who it will be, but they will have the opportunity again to buy more and more privilege and ensure more and more profit. What I would like to see is responsible capital, which is actually being promoted by business and politics under the name of a limited company with restricted capital. I'm thinking more in terms of cooperatives with restricted capital. The idea being that money is not allowed to move out of the company or the cooperative, which needs to be used in order to ensure good jobs, well-paid jobs to employees, to make good, durable products for customers, to treat customers well. That's why it's a cooperative. So something that is good for everybody, for society, and you don't need capital providers for that. Those companies will compete with each other. So competition doesn't have to be capitalism. They can compete with each other, trying to be profitable, but the profits will not be dispersed and then put on some individual's bank account, but they are used for reinvestment in order to make the products better and to make more of them. That would be the idea behind it. So only to have that kind of company, plus companies that are owner controlled, they may be different. So it's about eliminating the non-performing incomes. Well, craft companies are the best example. Of course, if a craftsman makes a profit with his labor and the company depends on the owner, then it's not non-performing income. And of course, you have to create certain criteria, certain size limits that are more or less deliberate, but it's not about abolishing companies owned by individuals. What it's all about is to get rid of the large corporates and to disconnect them from the influence of the big capital owners.
Bottom line, it's a more humane economy, and I think everyone agrees, especially economic people like you that we've talked to, because what we're seeing now is a destructive competition. Cooperation has to come in here, and I think the best way is the one that you've just shown up, away from these corporates which exploit only. Professor Holger Recko from Nuremberg has told you they don't create anything. They just exploit the ideas of the entrepreneurs. So that's where things have to go, to entrepreneurs that are responsible for their companies and their employees, away from the global NGOs and the corporates. Yes.
Yes, I agree.
Well, looking at capitalism, I think that's a good way we are. In the last twitches, I think the system is going to self-destruct, and we'll just have to take the opportunity to really change it in a way so that it can't slip back into what we've just been coming from when that acute crisis is over and everybody gets back on the blocks. And just as we've heard from Ricardo Leppe, that we need a completely new thinking of economy, of education and training, of all areas of society. But I think it's a great opportunity that we have at the moment, and I do expect we will be able to do this.
Let me mention the two books, your two books. One is called Endgame Capitalism, how the corporates took over power and how we can get it back. And the other one is called Brave New Money. Yes, very instructive, Mr. Hering. Very good. I think we're on the same page here.
I'm happy to hear that.
Thank you very much for your time and your effort. It's always a pleasure.
I thank you as well. Have a good afternoon.
Well, thank you and have a nice weekend.
Okay. We'll go back to the US. We are going to speak to Whitney Webb, who's going to talk to us about Moderna. Whitney, tut uns leid, dass sie so lange warten musste und ich muss mich dauernd entschuldigen, irgendwie.
Time limits, because most of the people who we interview have such interesting stories to tell. Same with the journalist who we just spoke with. He is telling or he told us about how this is all going. He's an economist. How this is all going to end in a giant crash, and how we will have to make sure that this time it's the other side that's going to have to pay and not us.
Right. I hope that's what happens.
Yeah, it's up to us, but we'll make sure this happens through what you're telling us, through what this journalist just told us, and what everybody else is telling us, because it all points in the same direction. We do have to change course. We have to take our sovereignty back, and we have to hold those who are responsible for this legally responsible.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with what you just said.
All right, great. Yeah, go ahead. You wanted to tell us, give us some more insights into Moderna, I think.
Sure. Yeah, so I'm doing an investigative series right now on Moderna. The third part is not out yet, but hopefully soon it will be. The first part came out earlier this month, the second part just a couple days ago. So essentially, the reason I started looking into Moderna, I guess this late in the game, because obviously they've been essentially a household name since the whole COVID-19 crisis began, was because I stumbled upon several articles from U.S. mainstream media dating back to 2016, talking about how, quoting former Moderna employees as saying that Moderna was basically a fraud, sort of in the style of Theranos, if you're familiar with that. Yes. That it was sort of essentially emperor's new clothes was the idiom used to describe it by some employees, but essentially they described Moderna as an investment firm that hoped that maybe their drug technology would eventually produce something. And of course, that wasn't actually the case, because by the time this critical reporting emerged in 2016, Moderna had been around for 6 years and had no product to market, and that was still the case in January 2020 as well. But what's interesting is that, as I point out in part one of my series, all the different factors that Moderna was facing that were pushing them essentially to collapse. And as recently as this week, Moderna executives, including their president, have admitted that at the tail end, the end of 2019 and beginning of 2020, the company had reached the end of the line financially and was cutting everything down and was essentially facing a complete financial collapse, which is quite significant because you have a very desperate entity at that point, trying to prevent what was then the largely most, highly valued biotech company at the time of its IPO, essentially having been built on a house of cards, which is quite significant in and of itself. But beyond that, you have the fact that COVID-19 removes all of the multifaceted problems that Moderna faced in many different realms of its business. And that doesn't just include the regulatory hurdles they could never pass, but also financial issues and long-standing patent disputes. And over the course of 2020, well, first of all, the way their COVID-19 vaccine partnership emerged with the NIH is very suspect, in the sense that the people most responsible for it, which is Moderna's CEO, Stéphane Bancel, and the head of the NIH's VRC, Barney Graham, they said some interesting things about why they actually started developing the vaccine before the sequence of the virus was even published by Chinese authorities on January 11th. 2020, they apparently had begun that at least 2 days prior. Barney Graham having said, he visited Moderna's facilities in November 2019. A month later, he sent an email to the head of the coronavirus team, at the NIH, VRC, where he works, saying, get ready for a big 2020, essentially, when no one else had any way of knowing that there would be a coronavirus involved at that point of time.
What was that?
Because
that was in January of 2020?
No, that was December 2019 when he sent that email.
Very interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot more to that in the second part. I detail all of that. What's odd though is that this partnership officially formed. They say that Bancel emailed Graham either the January 6th or January 7th, somewhere in that ballpark. But they've given different interviews talking about how their great foresight and how serendipitous their partnership was and all of this to various mainstream media outlets over the past year and a half. And their story changes every time, and slight details would suggest that they aren't exactly working from an honest story, since they seem to change considerable details. But at that point, before the sequence was even released, Bancel is allegedly troubled by the reports of an outbreak in China. And Graham says, well, I don't know what it is, but if it's a coronavirus, we're ready. And then I believe it was a day before the sequence came out, Graham met with the head of Moderna's vaccine program, and essentially said, wouldn't it be cool if you guys started diverting a lot of time, attention, and energy into just seeing how fast you could develop a vaccine for this thing and that's happening in Wuhan once the virus comes out? Wouldn't that be a cool thing to do? And per the official story, Moderna's like, yeah, let's do it. And that's why they claim they were ready, had already started this like 1 to 2 days before the sequence had even come out. But that doesn't really make a lot of sense when you consider what has been admitted now, that the company was financially falling apart, and the fact that their few remaining investors were completely opposed to the coronavirus vaccine program until like March or April of 2020. So if they're facing collapse, why would they risk alienating their remaining investors and essentially bet their entire company on a vaccine program no one knows they need? It doesn't really make a lot of sense. And then you also have the added account of Bancel's visit to the World Economic Forum towards the end of January 2020, where he goes on to claim that upon his first day there, he speaks with two unnamed European infectious disease researchers who convince him that this is a biblical plague that will, obliterate everything as we know it, basically, and that he needed to develop this vaccine for that reason, and then begins diverting even more resources, I guess you could say, and money into that particular program. And this is, of course, before there was really even any talk, at least in the public, of what COVID-19 would eventually become. And mainstream media in the US has essentially boiled this down to foresight and serendipity. But there's a lot of oddities. I've mentioned a few. But there's more in the article. Another example is that Barty...
When was this meeting at the World Economic Forum?
The 21st of January is when he claimed to have learned that it will be this biblical plague.
This is while everyone, all the politicians, all the mainstream media, everyone kept telling the public, this is nothing to worry about. We don't need to take any special measures. No masks, no nothing. And this is also about the same time that Drosten started to work on while he was telling the public, don't worry about a thing, started to work on his PCR test.
Oh, interesting.
Very strange.
Yeah, it all seems to line up.
Yes,
Actually,
quite well.
It seems that shortly after that, BioNTech, Sahin, the BioNTech boss, had also a miraculous insight into seeing what's coming up in Wuhan and immediately thinking, oh, this is going to be like a global pandemic. And then one day he seems to have looked into the newspaper and then the same day developed 10 candidates for the new vaccine, although he's never done that before. It's also
that's
really
also
strange.
Serendipitous, I guess.
Serendipitous and his foresight. It's just like, did you know that BioNTech BioNTech never, just like Moderna, had never been able to put together any product yet, and they were, I should say, in the same dire straits as Moderna was, yet Bill Gates, through either Gavi or the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, I don't know, invested $53 or $58 million in that company in, I think, September of 2019. Foresight.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that Moderna is also a strategic ally of the Gates Foundation, but their partnership, I believe, goes back to 2016. And Moderna has also been partnered with the World Economic Forum, which I mentioned a bit ago, since 2013, which they're one of their global growth companies, which has given them, per the description of what that means, exclusive access to a special messaging platform to talk to privileged business and public sector leaders since then. So that's interesting. But anyway, going back to the origin story here, one other thing that does stand out that I should mention is that before the sequence was out, the NIH's Barney Graham said, if it's a coronavirus, we know that mRNA has been proven effective. His claim, purported confidence in the efficacy of mRNA at that point was actually based on some very preliminary but positive data that have come out about a Moderna candidate in September 2019, but for the CMV virus. And that, of course, is in the family of like herpes, shingles, chickenpox, not coronavirus. There's really no way that data can be extrapolated to say, oh, we know that mRNA will be effective in a coronavirus vaccine. What's worth noting as well is that Barney Graham and his team at the NIH developed a patent in 2017 for the pre-fusion version of a coronavirus spike protein that's currently not just in use in the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine, but in most, I believe, of the COVID-19 vaccines currently in use or that are about to go to market, including CureVac. I believe Johnson & Johnson also uses it, and the Novavax one as well. And before COVID-19, as I'm sure you all are familiar with, there was a lot of essentially the belief that there would be the development of a coronavirus vaccine at any point in time was sort of a pipe dream, because since the SARS the SARS incident, I guess, in 2003, 2004, scientists around the world have been trying to develop a coronavirus vaccine without success for a variety of reasons. And so that patent could not be capitalized, could not be commercialized upon unless there was, a coronavirus vaccine developed at some point. So it's interesting that Barney Graham keeps talking about coronaviruses in the lead up to the release of the sequence before anyone could have known it was a coronavirus. And he just happens to have a patent for that specifically. Some doctors, like Dr. Michael Palmer and Dr. Bhakti, who I know you've had on, have pointed out, why didn't they use a toxoid, as they call it, instead of the spike protein itself? Well, that would have also meant not using the Barney Graham patent, which is worth noting. If they had not used the spike protein as it's used in these vaccines, they would not have needed to commercialize that particular patent that these people were very interested in commercializing. And actually NIH documents before COVID-19 were described by NYU law experts as being unusually prescient about the importance of Barney Graham's patents in terms of commercialization at a time when there was really no reason to believe that, at least publicly.
This coincides, by the way, with what Dr. David Martin told us, that there were dozens and dozens of patents that they had filed for many, many years, like 17 years before the actual corona pandemic, both patents on the coronavirus, including the spike protein, and patents on possible vaccines, obviously.
Well, there does seem, in terms of my research on, I haven't looked at every company in this detail, but that definitely seems to be the case with Moderna. There is a lot of things going on in terms of patents. What's interesting specifically about Moderna in the patent issue is that they license they have an issue with a company called Arbutus Biopharma. And that technology, which is the lipid nanoparticle delivery system technology, essentially is also in use in the BioNTech Pfizer vaccine. But BioNTech has a license for it. Moderna's license has been the subject of a lot of controversy because they didn't license it from Arbutus directly. They licensed it through a company that had a sub-license, and it's been a long-standing patent dispute ever since. And what's interesting is that Moderna, in 2017, had to pivot away from what they had originally told their investors they were going to develop these novel mRNA therapies to vaccines. They did that because they realized using that technology, they could not develop multi-dose therapies because they kept being too toxic to make it to human trials. They were too toxic in animal trials repeatedly. So they made the pivot to vaccines because that requires one dose, not multi-dose. So this technology, they weren't allowed to, they realized they couldn't really take anything to market using it that would require more than one dose. And that was why they ended up pivoting to vaccines. And that's also at the same point, they partnered up with the NIH, both with Barty Graham and Anthony Fauci to start developing vaccines with the US government. And before then, it's worth pointing out that Moderna, as well as longstanding ties to the US military's DARPA that precede that partnership with the NIH by several years. But anyway, this particular lipid nanoparticle situation, it appears that same technology, despite Moderna coming out and saying it's not very good, it's bad, and we're not using it anymore because of the controversy that happened then in 2017, are in fact using it in their COVID-19 vaccine, which is also discussed in part 2 of my series that's now available, and I can go into that if you'd like.
From what product did they pivot to the vaccines? What was the first product?
Well, it was a failed product. It was to treat, I believe it's pronounced Crigler-Najjar syndrome, or Najjar. I'm not exactly sure of the pronunciation there. Sorry, because I've only seen it written personally. But it was considered the lowest hanging fruit for Moderna to develop an mRNA multi-dose therapy of sorts, and they couldn't do it. And they had to indefinitely delay it. They had partnered to do that with Alexion Pharmaceuticals, which cut off the partnership with them. And they essentially had to shelve it indefinitely. It's still shelved.
And the Moderna vaccine is like 2 doses as well, isn't it? So then we would have the toxic aspect here going on as well.
So after 2017, they sort of expanded this to be like, oh, well, vaccines can be 1 or 2 doses, but it was really anything beyond that that they declined to focus on because of this persistent issue with toxicity in trials. So essentially that would apply to anything that becomes, for example, an annual booster dose. If it does in fact rely on this technology, which the evidence certainly points in that direction. And as I mentioned, BioNTech has licensed.
Well, that is what's going on right now, because in Australia, we're going to show a clip at the end of our session today of some government official who officially announces from now on it's going to be a booster shot every 6 months.
Yeah, well, Chile has announced that as well.
Let's see how many. Let's see how many people will play along with that one then. Because it effectively tells you, in effect, it tells you that the vaccines don't work. Because if a vaccine's effectiveness wanes after 6 months, you begin to question the whole thing, the whole strategy that they're driving here.
Well, for some people, so in the case of Chile, where they've already announced the vaccine passport will expire for people over 55 that don't get a 3rd dose, they're working on a 4th dose, and it will be at least an annual affair, most likely a semi-annual affair. There's really very little pushback about that here, which is unfortunate, but I think a lot of it has to do with the media situation in Chile, every single channel is in complete lockstep about the entire narrative, including the vaccination narrative. The way despite the fact that cases are growing, as more and more people become vaccinated, is being treated as the pandemic of the unvaccinated narrative. But this, of course, what they're doing here, like they changed the definition for herd immunity and vaccine. If you change the definition of what fully vaccinated means, then you can treat people that have had 2 doses of the vaccine as unvaccinated. And, if they're responsible for the increase in cases, you can then go, aha, the pandemic of the unvaccinated, even though that should technically, to most people, it would mean people with no doses, right? So, it's just, they're sort of creating the situation they need to maintain that narrative, it seems.
It's a gigantic hoax. I was just looking at a picture here, which says, for the first time in history, a medicine's ineffectiveness is now being blamed on those who haven't taken it. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre.
Yeah, that's a very succinct way of putting it. Yes, it's wild. So one thing I do want to bring up with Moderna, though, that I was sort of touching on with this patent dispute, is that basically because of this, it appears. Basically, let me back up a little bit. Basically, Moderna's chief corporate affairs officer made a claim last year that's quite astounding, or at least I found it to be astounding. Essentially, he said that the NIH, the trials they were conducting for the Moderna vaccine last year, the data of this came out, press releases, lots of positive press for Moderna, their stock price would surge. This Moderna executive claimed that those studies were not using the commercial candidate for the vaccine, that they were applying for emergency use authorization. They were using a different formula for those studies and then touting the data of that publicly. But really it was a different candidate that they were seeking to have approved. And that's from a Moderna executive himself.
Absolutely. That's grotesque.
It's absurd. It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense, but I think essentially they've done it because of this patent dispute. Because they're either using the old lipid nanoparticle technology they say they're not using. And when he was challenged on that point, that look at all these indicators that you are in fact using it, he made that claim. But it really only opens up 2 possibilities. He's either lying, and that's the case, or he's telling the truth. And the NIH used something entirely different in co-developing and developing this vaccine with Moderna that wasn't the same formulation as what was eventually approved under emergency use authorization, which is totally scandalous. Someone has mentioned to me that it appears that BioNTech did something similar, at least based on what the EMA has said. But I haven't looked into that personally, but I hope someone does, because if so, that's just totally insane, considering the fact that both of those companies, Moderna and BioNTech, could not take a product to market previously, and it was really only the unique regulatory, and you could also argue media environment that emerged as a result of COVID-19 was the only way that these could get through any sort of regulatory approval.
It seems, I think this is what I remember from David Martin's presentation here. It seems that this may have had a lot to do with the fact that the patents for the lipids were held by a Canadian corporation, and they couldn't get to it.
I believe that's Arbutus Biopharma.
That's
I believe,
what it is.
I think that's Aquitas. I'll have to look that up. But that was the company that sub-licensed it to Moderna. They may be based in Canada, but Arbutus, I believe, is now based in Pennsylvania, but I don't know if that was true at the time. I'd have to look more into that specifically. It looks like the original company Moderna had licensed it from was Canadian, but they're not the source of that patent necessarily. They have a sub-license to it because someone that worked for Arbutus later went off and created this Aquitas company in Canada.
What is going on now with them financially? Because there's all these stories coming out that more and more countries are banning Moderna's vaccine. Because of serious side effects.
Right. And you would think as a result of that, market analysts would reduce what they expect Moderna to make in COVID-19 sales.
Yeah.
Earlier this year, prospects for 2022 sales of Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine was $1 billion. But this week, they're now projected to be $35 billion. That is quite a jump. Why did that happen? I don't know, but I think some of it has to do with something I'll be exploring in part 3, which has to do with this particular company that Moderna has partnered with for manufacturing. So they're partnered with manufacturing in Europe with a.
Hier ist sie noch. Da ist sie eingefroren.
We can't hear you right now.
Hello.
Hello. No.
Back?
Okay, you're back.
Hello.
Yeah. Sorry.
Am I back? Sorry
Yes.
about that. Okay, so last May, Moderna teamed up with a company called Lonza in Switzerland. And that was a 10-year agreement, essentially focused on their COVID-19 vaccine. So that's manufacturing COVID-19 vaccines in Europe by Moderna for at least 10 years. And that's before there was even any data on the efficacy or put out in the public sphere or safety of that vaccine. But more recently, just a couple months ago, they teamed up with a company in North America that is very interesting because they have very considerable ties to the CIA. Not only do they have a CIA, the head of InQtel, the CIA's venture capital arm, on their board, they have Scott Gottlieb, who's also on the former FDA commissioner, who's on mainstream U.S. news quite a bit, is on the board of Pfizer and also Illumina, the gene sequencing company that's had seen their valuation also explode during this period. The former top executive of the Gates Foundation, a former commission member of the 9/11 Commission. Why is he there? That's a little odd. And then you also have people directly tied to Palantir, which, if you're not familiar with them, is very much tied to the CIA since their founding. Essentially a front for the CIA, I would argue, and my work on Palantir, provides a lot of evidence to that point. But it's they're the ones manufacturing the RNA for the Moderna COVID vaccine going forward, and it's.
She's gone.
Wow. Das ist ja ein interessanter Moment, an dem sie uns da wegfliegt. Also sie erzählt gerade von einer Verbindung, Palantir heißen die. Palantir, die sie so einschätzt, dass sie eine CIA-Front sind. Das war vielleicht zu hart. Aber das Problem, sehen wir gerade, liegt nicht bei uns. Wir sind, glaube ich, immer noch gut vernehmbar und auch sichtbar. Sondern das Problem liegt bei ihr. Mal gucken, ob sie zurückkommt. Also sie macht, sie geht ganz tief rein. Das hat sie ja uns jetzt beim letzten.
And she's been showing us again before. Now she goes into more detail of Moderna, and in the end, she's confirmed Moderna was done in early 2020, and only the fact that the coronavirus was declared a worldwide crisis pulled them out of the mud.
So it's basically the same with BioNTech. They only came into being really with all this.
Very, very, very strange. Abyss is opening here.
Well, of course, if you have a new product, if you're Roche or Pfizer, and then if you can launch a product that may be problematic, then it might be better if I have a startup for the first liability phase, maybe, rather than taking the flak myself, because you never know what will be their long-term relationship.
You mean the connection between Pfizer and BioNTech? Yeah, that makes complete sense.
And with Moderna, we don't know for sure. Ich glaube, sie ist auch wieder da.
Sind Sie wieder da, Whitney?
Yeah, my power's just gone out as I was saying that. Sorry about that. I'm still here. At least my internet is not based on isn't Wi-Fi, so that saved me here. Yeah. Sorry. So what I don't know if you heard it, that particular company with all of those CIA ties and ties to the national security state of the U.S. more broadly is who will now be going forward developing the RNA for Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine. Mm-hmm. And it's a multi-year agreement. They have declined to publicly say how many years it's for. Mm-hmm. So, national security state players in the U.S. Obviously see Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine as being something that's going to be sold regularly for multiple years to come, given their presence on that board. What's interesting about this company, in general, they're called Resilience or National Resilience. They also have partnerships with the government of Canada. They're essentially seeking to be, I guess, the manufacturer and basically doing all of the steps that Moderna had trouble with previously in getting their products taken to market. Mm-hmm. They're essentially relying, offering to manufacture all of these mRNA vaccines for them, and then, but basically just getting the code, the software code to use Moderna's favorite analogy for that type of stuff from a company like Moderna, and then they do everything else, including some of the trials. So I don't know if you really want to trust a company with that many CIA ties to be developing injections that are increasingly being linked to your participation in society and civil liberties and things like that. I mean, it's a really wild situation.
Wasn't it Moderna's CEO who explicitly said that their product can be used to reprogram people?
I think that might have been Tal Zaks, the chief scientific officer of Moderna, but they call it hacking the software of life. This is all before COVID. But honestly, a lot of that is hype to sell investors on, I think, because they couldn't get mRNA into cells basically without it being too toxic to people and causing too many adverse events, essentially.
Do you know anything about production capacities, if they were built up kind of in advance, or is there no hints in that direction?
So Moderna has claimed that their manufacturing ability was extremely hampered through the first half of 2020 by the fact that they had no money because of this dire financial situation they were facing. Of course, COVID-19 comes at just the right time, sort of as a miracle. To rescue them. They claim it wasn't until BARDA, which is part of HHS in the U.S. government, gave them, I think, $438 million in mid-April that they were able to really even start manufacturing anything beyond what they had sent the NIH.
Yeah, it's another...
But somehow in this period of time, oh my God, I am having... Hello.
we can hear you. It's just that it seems that you're losing power.
Okay.
But we can. Okay.
Yeah, I yes, it's still out. So sorry. So basically, in even though they were having all these problems, they claim that's why they had to do so much fundraising over the course of 2020, which includes these sort of insider stock sales. They got in trouble for in May, right before that was allegedly so they could manufacture the COVID-19 vaccine. But right before that, they create this manufacturing agreement with Lonza, the Swiss company, and we're building up manufacturing capabilities there. And of course, their partnership with BARDA, BARDA was offering to pay for that and also connects them with manufacturers in the U.S. I don't know how true that is. I think it's more them several months after the fact, perhaps trying to offer a new reason for some of those insider stock sales and different fundraising efforts that didn't necessarily make sense at the time. And some of them were controversial, like the ones in May that they made after this particular press release that was based off of this NIH studies where supposedly it wasn't even the commercial candidate that they were actually planning to take to market. They used that, the hype off of that. It was incomplete data at the time. I think they released data on just 8 of like 40 something volunteers to generate positive buzz around their particular vaccine candidate, even though it was based on the study of something that wasn't their actual vaccine candidate. I just find that so crazy. That definitely really needs to be looked into, because the fact that Moderna's one of their top executives made that claim is something that can definitely be poked at by people looking to take on these companies in sort of the legal realm.
That may very well take away the foundation for their EUA, because if it's based on so it's definitely worth taking a closer look at this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, definitely. Well, it depends on how much they say. The FDA says that the EUA rested upon those specific NIH studies, but it seemed, at least in terms of selling it to the public, it definitely relied on that to a significant degree. So it definitely is an important takeaway from that. Mm-hmm.
Well, very interesting. All of these things are coming to light. I keep repeating this. That's the only good thing that comes out of the Corona crisis, because we're beginning to see all this corruption, all these criminal activities, and it seems to pivot around these vaccine producers, whoever they really are. But it looks as though there's always somebody else pulling their strings too. In this case, in the case of Moderna, it seems the national intelligence agencies that are heavily involved in this.
It could be. I mean, you have longstanding ties with Moderna and DARPA, for example, which has a lot of DARPA also, it has a lot of ties to like Silicon Valley and different entities as well. And now you're seeing Moderna team up with In-Q-Tel and all of this stuff. And they also have a longstanding collaboration with NIH and BARDA. And at the time, by the way, that BARDA was making these awards to Moderna, you know, they're being overseen nominally by Rick Bright, but Rick Bright's boss is a man named Robert Kadlec, who I really recommend people take the time to look into. If you are familiar with the Dark Winter exercise before the anthrax attacks, the name of that simulation derives from something Robert Kadlec says at those exercises. He was intimately involved in that whole Dark Winter nexus and event, and also in what very interesting timing with the anthrax attacks activities as well. But he has a very interesting track record in terms of corruption through the years, and also in essentially creating BARDA over the past 20 years through authoring different pieces of legislation. But I don't know how much you all have looked into the simulation that Robert Kadlec led at HHS about a pandemic originating in China that took place from January 2019 through August 2019. But in terms of that pandemic simulation, the name of the virus they were simulating was actually the same name as a virus candidate or vaccine candidate for a particular virus that Moderna was then developing with the NIH back in 2019.
You know what? The evidence is mounting, of course, that this is a long-held plan and a long-planned pandemic. There's evidence, we now have evidence that shows us that for at least 10 years, those who are behind this have been planning for this. But there's more evidence that shows us that starting in 2017 or so, maybe a little earlier, but in 2017, they were already producing and selling loads of COVID-19 PCR tests and loads of possible COVID-19 vaccines. We're going to have to take a closer look at this, but the evidence is mounting that this has been planned for years ahead of time. This is not a pandemic, this is a plandemic.
In looking at the anthrax attack specifically, I think it's quite clear that at least within the United States, there was a plan to sort of usher in what we're now seeing with this biosecurity state. There was an effort to do this back then with the anthrax attacks, because the anthrax attacks weren't just meant to be what they ended up becoming. They were intended to, in my opinion, because I've done a lot of research on those attacks, go on for several months, maybe even years, to usher in this new age of the invisible enemy aren't just, terrorists a la the war on terror and what that became, but also, the invisible enemy, the virus or bioterror specifically. There was an effort, and you see this in Dark Winter, to link Al Qaeda in Iraq to bioterrorism and blame them for anthrax. But unfortunately for them, it was tied back to a U.S. military source too quickly, and so they couldn't blame it on those external forces. But if they had succeeded in doing that, they had all of these plans ready to go, including DARPA, which I've mentioned a couple times. Their total information awareness program had an entire biosecurity component, and a lot of that has been being developed in the U.S. in the COVID-19 era by HHS. Some of these biosurveillance programs that they had developed and had planned to execute, but were canceled around 2003, 2004 or so. But a lot of those policies intended to be implemented in the wake of the anthrax attacks basically went back to the drawing board, or to the waiting room rather, and have made their reemergence as we're seeing this effort to create a biosecurity state now. But I think it's quite convincing to argue that plans by some of these powers that be to implement this biosecurity state model goes back several years. And maybe the most recent planning stages to do that with what has transpired recently may go back to 2017, but it seems like it's something that, if you look at the anthrax attacks, predates that even more.
Wow. And could you give us a little bit more background information about this Robert Cadlick?
I haven't written about him since last year, and I've done a lot of reports since then, but I do have a very lengthy expose on him that I would encourage people to read as part of a series I did on the anthrax attacks and their parallels to COVID called Engineering Contagion, that sort of explores some of the commonalities between the 9/11 era and the anthrax attacks and what's been happening over the past year and a half. Robert Cadlick, during the COVID-19 crisis, was the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, which basically gave him control over setting the vast majority of COVID-19 policies during the Trump administration, because once Biden came to office, he no longer held that position. But essentially, when COVID began, he was doing all of this after the year prior, having, as I mentioned earlier, this Crimson Contagion exercise, simulating that with at the local level, the state level, and the federal level, and with numerous private companies, simulating this pandemic that originates from China, is a highly transmissible flu-like virus that spreads through air travel to other countries in the world, and things like that. It's sort of like Event 201 in that it's very closely analogous to what would happen soon after. And as I mentioned earlier, Robert Cadlick is the person from which the name Dark Winter is derived, from the June 2001 Dark Winter exercise that predicted major aspects and indeed the entire narrative, really, about the anthrax attacks just a few months before those took place. And at the time, between September 11th and the anthrax attacks, Robert Cadlick was appointed to become the top advisor to the U.S. Department of Defense about bioterror and anthrax specifically. And he has a lot of longstanding ties to very suspect individuals, including one of the individuals that I think was most likely actually responsible for the anthrax attacks. It was blamed on Bruce Ivins, but my research points to it having been a man named William Patrick III, who was a former Fourth Dietrich researcher and consultant to the CIA, FBI, and was working at Battelle Memorial Institute with the former head of a CIA asset who used to head the Soviet Union's, or be the number 2 guy maybe in the Soviet Union's bioweapons program, who was working for this very shady CIA and Pentagon contractor called the Battelle Memorial Institute. which seems to have been a more likely origin for the anthrax than Fort Detrick, which was blamed for it later. But Robert Kadlec worked very closely with all those individuals, as well as the people who authored the Dark Winter exercise. And it's worth pointing out that same, the main authors of that, the Johns Hopkins, it was then the Center for Civilian Biodefense Studies. That is the same Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, as it was later renamed, that did Event 201. And Thomas Inglesby was the moderator at Event 201, one of the main authors of Dark Winter, which also had a lot of ties to Dick Cheney and Scooter Libby, his chief of staff. But in that period of time between anthrax and Robert Kadlec becoming ASPR, the Assistant Secretary of Preparedness and Response, he essentially was working behind the scenes contracting and working with some of the most corrupt pharmaceutical companies in the business and authoring legislation that would eventually result in the creation of the ASPR office he ended up leading right when COVID-19 hit, which is very, again, serendipitous and and lucky for him, I guess you could say. But there's definitely a lot to look into that in that particular individual, specifically including his ties to a company called Emergent Biosolutions, which was named to be the manufacturer of most, I think the Johnson & Johnson one for sure, but some of the other COVID-19 vaccines in the U.S. were also manufactured by Emergent Biosolutions, and they're the company, Bioport, that was behind the anthrax vaccine mandates for the U.S. military, and were also partnered up with Battelle in the lead up to the 2001 anthrax attacks. And it was actually the 2001 anthrax attacks that rescued their anthrax vaccine program, because the Pentagon in September 2001 was going to cut that company off entirely and do the anthrax vaccine program without them. And then a miracle, sort of like what happened with Moderna and COVID-19, comes onto the scene. Not a miracle for anyone else, a miracle for this company, because the part of the Pentagon that is working on how to sort of divest from this company is hit on September 11th, 2001. So that report never comes out. And Donald Rumsfeld decides to give them another chance. And then the anthrax attacks happen and all these concerns about its safety, among other things, specifically safety, because it was actually linked by some very credible people to Gulf War syndrome, among other things. They essentially calls to investigate this company are replaced with calls for more anthrax vaccine after the anthrax attacks, essentially. And Robert Kadlec is a key figure in all of that, and also Operation Warp Speed and a lot of the other things that came out of the Trump administration's response to COVID-19.
So which company's documents were destroyed in this, or the report on these the shenanigans that were going on, like in the attack?
Was it Emerging Biosolutions?
They're called Emergent Biosolutions today, but they've only been called that since 2004. Before that, they were known as Bioport, and they're sort of a combination of the port in Bioport is for port and down, sort of the part of, I guess, the Fort Detrick equivalent of the UK that was spun off and privatized. And it's a very interesting company to look into. I can forward you that those articles I did on them, but that was last year. But essentially, it was the Pentagon was working on a plan to basically how to carry their anthrax vaccine program forward without this company, even though they were the only anthrax vaccine producer in the United States at the time. And so the report, the plan, the people writing that report and developing that plan, their infrastructure in terms of like computers and stuff were hit on 9/11.
Wow, that's
very convenient. It's a miracle.
Amazing connections.
Yeah. We'll have to take deeper looks into all of this, but we will very soon be talking to someone who participated in this exercise, this Dark Winter exercise, and we're really very much looking forward to talking to this man.
All right. That'll be interesting to see. Can I ask who it is?
Sure. What's his name? Corvin knows it. Corvin, can you write it down? Jim something.
With a B.
Yeah, I was going to say Jim Bailey, but that's not his name.
He was already, like, at some point he wanted to be on the show already,
yeah.
but then he had some
It's either next Friday or the Friday after that. He'll be on one of our sessions.
I have one last question.
I'll look for that. Thank you.
What's the business aspect that Moderna and InQtel are working on together?
Okay, so it's not what it is it's a manufacturing agreement Moderna has made to produce its RNA for its mRNA vaccine for COVID-19 with a company called Resilience, and on the board of that company is the CEO, the head of InQtel, Chris Darby. But in addition to that, the InQtel is very directly tied to the CIA. You also have Palantir people on the board, and ties to Palantir co-founders. And one of the main funders of this company is Joe Lonsdale, Palantir co-founders, a venture capital firm. And Palantir was essentially created by the CIA with the cooperation of Peter Thiel. That's really where that company comes from. I can go into more detail about that maybe another time, because I know that you have another guest waiting.
Did you say with the cooperation of Peter Thiel?
Yeah,
Palantir was nominally created by Peter Thiel, Alex Karp, Joe Lonsdale, and I think one other guy. But it was with InQtel funding, and the CIA guided their product development and was their first client for their first and only client for their first 6 years as a company. And oddly enough, the CIA point man in developing Palantir's product was a man named Alan Wade, who had developed Homeland Security software with Robert Maxwell's daughter and Ghislaine Maxwell's sister, Christine Maxwell, in the years prior to that, which is just a fun fact for your audience. A little weird. But Palantir is something very closely tied to the U.S. national security state. Their software is currently used by every single U.S. intelligence agency, many corporations, but really the entire U.S. national security state uses it. And they've also been placed at the center of harvesting COVID-19 data, both in the U.S. and the United Kingdom.
Okay. Well, Whitney, it was a pleasure. We learned a lot.
I'm sorry about my power issues.
Don't worry about it. This has not really distracted our attention from what you're saying. It was just a brief pause, but we're fine. That's cool. Okay. Well, Whitney, thank you very much again.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. Absolutely. My pleasure. Take care.
Take care. See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, now we're going to change course again, and we will be talking, we'll turn our attention to economic issues again with Dr. Chris Martensen. He's an economic researcher and futurist specializing in energy and resource depletion and founder of peakprosperity.com. He will tell us a few probably not so nice facts about the fact that we're facing worsening supply chain problems, etc. Hello, Chris Martensen.
I think, are you still mute?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Now I can hear you, yeah.
Yes, very good, very good. Wie geht's?
Under the circumstances, we're doing okay, or pretty good actually, because we're beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's always good to be able to see through what we consider fog that was meant to dilute, or rather to confuse us. But that's the one positive thing about Corona. We're learning all these things. We're learning all the. We are beginning to realize that the system that we're living in is totally corrupt, and we're going to have to restart not this system, but a whole new one.
Exactly. I agree very much. And thank you for having me on. It's a real honor. You've been doing extraordinary work all the way through. And I know it's very difficult to get messages out with all the shadow banning and the censorship, and because I run into that myself all the time. And you can feel there's a system that Whitney was just talking about that's nudging us. It wants us to think certain things and not think other things. And I feel like we're being treated like children, not adults who are part of a conversation we ought to be having. In particular, my work looking at resource depletion, I'll tell you, we're facing some really serious predicaments, right? A problem has a solution, but predicaments, they just have outcomes you have to manage, which means we need to make important decisions, right? So That's where I see the world right now. And, Whitney was just talking about what I guess was the figurative dark winter. Mm-hmm. But Europe's now facing a literal dark winter, right? Mm-hmm. Because of energy issues and supply chain issues. And it's being blamed on logistics or labor or this or that. But truthfully, it was just a gigantic failure to plan. Back in March of 2020, I was pointing out that there were going to be supply chain issues because of the impact of Corona on manufacturing. We'd had a profound failure to invest in energy production that started in 2016. Mm-hmm. That's hitting us now. So all these reasons, that they're being given in the media, they're all wrong. They're all childishly wrong. And they're not hard to explain, but for some reason, we never get the right context. The media and the state seem to come together and want us to not really understand what's going on. So that's the approach I take to all of this, is to look at the big picture and try and make sense of it.
So what's going to happen in Europe?
Well, at present, with natural gas stores, it's roughly 70% of where they ought to be at this point. There's a chance that they could dip below certain critical levels. That would cause certain countries who have transit gas pipelines to not transit the gas anymore. So we could see a political fracturing because, of course, politically, it's very hard to explain why you would let gas transit through your country while your own citizens are freezing. So that probably won't happen. We're definitely going to see shortages, blackouts. Things like that are for sure coming. There's another prediction that's easy to make, which is looking at the fertilizer manufacturers who are now shutting down because they can't afford to buy the gas to use the Haber-Bosch process to make ammonia-based fertilizers. Without the fertilizer, the next growing season is going to be very skimpy. The fertilizer in many cases needs to go down in fall sometimes, or at latest in spring. So if that manufacturing doesn't get resolved in some way, we're going to see massive, massive increases in prices, but if not physical, literal shortages leading to reduced harvests. So, and again, all of this is eminently foreseeable. And for whatever reason, the system decided not to foresee it. I mean, that's why I focused all of 2020 and most of 2021 on just COVID research, because it's a story. When you see how badly the authorities behaved, how corrupt the system is, a corrupt system has no chance of dealing with a predicament appropriately, because a corrupt system, the participants, they act in their own self-interest. So in my country, Anthony Fauci, all he cares about is a few more dollars coming to his buddies and his minions, and he's got a little power of control about how he hands out grant money and how people are rewarded with plum directorships and on boards of pharma companies. It's a whole corrupt little ecosystem, and they couldn't even get out of their own way to do the right thing to provide early treatments in which would have saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Wasn't worth it. So when you have that level of corruption, say at the CDC, the NIH, the FDA, right, with the FDA just, advisory panel saying, oh, yeah, vaccines for kids seems good, with only 1,500 in the trial, there's no way you could get a safety signal out of that. And still 17 of them said, yeah, let's do this, right? So that level of corruption, that exists in every other department. And so the Department of Energy just has the same difficulties. They can't mention the words peak oil. They can't bring themselves to talk about where we really are in this larger resource energy story. And what's interesting is when I talk with people who are very high level in China, they understand all of this. They have no mental blocks against talking about reality as it is. They understand completely where we are in the resource story when it comes to everything from copper to lithium to indium to oil, particularly to natural gas. China's all over the world scouring for those resources, and we can't even figure out how to properly record a COVID death. It's a ridiculous situation. So the prediction for Europe is it's going to get messy, and I think people ought to be individually resilient and prepared for that. And there's a lot of things people can do.
Mm-hmm. That's the important part, because that gives us a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel. Some things that we can do.
Well, my light at the end of the tunnel is this has started to wake people up again, and I found out who the intellectual frauds and moral cowards are out there in this story, and there's a lot of them. And we've also found out who's burning bright, who stood tall, and who we can really trust, and who has integrity. That's wonderful. I know the doctors all over the world who have integrity. I know the business leaders who have integrity, and they're rallying, right? And that's what we really need to do. So I like that. And I love that I get to interact with people who get it and who care and are genuinely helpful. And we're going to need each other a lot in these coming times because, as I mentioned, we've got some really serious things that we have to resolve, very complex systems. And to listen to how Whitney puts all those pieces together is just brilliant. And what I interact with people who exist at that level from time to time, and they're just people. And they don't understand complexity theory or systems thinking, which means they actually think they can control a complex system, and you can't. The science is very clear. Complex systems have what we call emergent behaviors. You do some things, but then things happen you didn't quite anticipate. So that's what's happening with the energy situation right now. It's a very complex system of breakdowns that are happening. It's a very high chance, not zero anymore, that we could see a cascading series of failures, which are best explained in that old that little ditty, the little aphorism about, for want of a nail the shoe was lost, for want of a shoe the horse was lost, for want of a horse the rider was lost, for want of a rider the message was lost, for want of a message the battle was lost, for want of the battle the kingdom was lost. That's sort of a cascading series, but it's linear. We have an economy where because of a chip, a machine couldn't be made. Because the machine couldn't be made, this product couldn't be produced. Because this product couldn't be produced, the chips can't be made. Like, we have these circular feedback loops, very complex, very difficult to control. And I think we should have had some better appreciation of the fragility of those systems, as well as too much focus on being cost effective and efficient and cheapest products, which means businesses ran really lean inventories without a lot of depth or resilience. And because of that, supply chain shocks are amplified. The leaner the inventories, the greater the supply chain shocks. You get these standing waves of order and supply demand mismatches. So that's where we are. It's going to take a long time to resolve, and that's only if things go well. If things go badly, one of these circular loops bites us, and we find that we have a very difficult problem, if not predicament, on our hands. So what do you do about that? I think, so all through 2020, I was just doing COVID, right? I was just reporting on COVID, and at the end of every one of my videos, I would end with, hey, plant a garden, right? And so for over time, people thought I was running a really weird guerrilla gardening channel. But my point in that was individual responsibility, individual resilience is how we get through this. And people need to have the ability to be individually resilient. So with this energy crisis in Europe, hey, it's time to buy sweaters. It's time to turn the thermostats down. It's time to insulate your home. It's time to make leaky windows not leaky. There's a lot of things we can do. But my view is, if we want to be resilient as a country or as a globe, well, that's fractal. It all begins with resilient households, and then we need resilient communities. And so the most important thing I tell people is that it's time for us to begin to get to know each other again, to help each other, to really live in community, which I know I think my country does a less good job at on average than a lot of Europe does. I know that in Germany, you have a much stronger appreciation for nature and the importance of nature and treating it well. And that, I think, is going to be a big determinant as we go forward. Because I track many things about resources, and one of the most alarming statistics I have is about the loss of insects. It's grief-inducing. It's so terrible. And so if we don't begin to manage ourselves as a species in alignment with living within our various budgets. We have an ecological budget. We're way over it. We have actual fiscal budgets. We're running deficits that can never be paid back. Never, right? Getting 0.3% on Italian bonds when Italy's, a few hundred billion euros in debt, it can't. Italy would have to pay back, 250 billion euros a year for 10 years to even begin to approach paying down its debt. It won't happen. And so that's my larger message here, is that the kind of economic growth that all of our financial money, our markets, our stocks, our bonds, derivatives, currency itself, all are just claims on wealth. And wealth isn't those things. They're claims on it. Real wealth is the wealth that comes out of the land and how people transform that into goods and services. So based on that, it's very easy to sort of look at this. Everybody knows this on some level, that the debts we have right now fiscally, they can't be paid back. The unfunded liabilities, which are beyond debts, a liability being an underfunded pension or endowment or underfunded retirement plan of some kind or social plan. The degree to which those are underfunded in the United States right now is around $200 trillion. How would you ever make up a shortfall of $200 trillion? Well, your economy has to grow a lot. Well, how do economies grow? Well, they use energy to grow. It's really tightly linked. More energy equals more economy. Is there enough energy to grow out of a $200 trillion hole? Nope, not unless somebody comes up with some weird alien technology or something, but it's not, we don't have it. So then the only question left is, well, if those funds can't be paid back, who's going to eat the losses? That is the scramble that's going on right now. And it begins to explain what the WEF is up to, the whole Davos crowd. It begins to explain, I think, many of the lockdowns. It begins to explain a lot of things that fit through that lens of understanding that we're not going to pay those debts back. There have to be losses. The population generally doesn't like to have losses forced on them. So there has to be another explanation, another reason. That's at least part of this explanation for me right now.
And but in order to, that we can maybe take a closer look at all these supply chain problems and really can, really get into the position of doing something against them. This whole house of cards has to come down and this pandemic has to end. I mean, that's in itself a narrative that's, that has a lot of instabilities and problems. The same thing as you described, this complex system that we have of like international interdependencies and all that. Mm-hmm. That's true for this whole official narrative as well. If one of the major pillars of this house of cards is going to come down, say more and more and unstoppable more people with vaccination damages come up, and sort of the public opinion changes against the whole thing. They're not playing along with it anymore, and maybe don't believe in the idea of another virus or whatever, the 10th wave or so. Then this whole crowd that is pushing in that direction, as we can see. What Whitney Webb also said, it's the same story all over, the same definitions. It's really a lockstep constellation around the world, maybe with a little bit of delay in the countries, relative to one another, but it's the same thing. So do you think that this whole system that's so elaborately put together is also on the verge of breaking at this point, or do you think it's all going according to plan?
I think it's both. I think there is a plan. I think the plan's going to fail because I think the planners of the plan don't appreciate how complex systems actually work. And complex systems in nature, they owe all of their complexity and their order to the flow of energy. So let's take the biggest complex system there is, the whole Earth. Right? It's just a glorious thing. We have octopuses and giraffes and crazy beetles, the color of metals. It's just an amazing, beautiful symphony of complexity, all because we have a constant daily output of amazing energy from the sun. If the sun went dark, if that energy went away, the Earth becomes a lot simpler, boring, dead, icy ball very quickly, right? So I think we can appreciate that at the super big scale, that because of the energy from the sun, the Earth is this amazingly complex thing. Great. Now let's say the economy. It's this beautiful, complex thing, as you said, with these interdependencies. We have this huge global web where even the technology we're using now, the computer and the camera I'm talking to you through, they probably traveled 30,000 miles each as they were constructed, from the sand that went into the chips to the components that were manufactured and built here and shipped there. 30,000 miles for that one thing. And so that's beautiful complexity. It owes all of that complexity, just like the Earth, to this input of energy. This is fossil fuels. This is oil in particular. Still, you look at flight tracker, all the planes in the sky, all of them are up there because of oil right now. You look at shipping traffic, marine traffic, and you look at all the container ships on the ocean, thousands of them. All of them are moving because of oil at this point in time. So that's our dependency right now. And as many gains as we've had with alternative energy, when you really look at the numbers, and I could show you charts and data and all this, which says, yeah, they're growing fast, but they still are just a thin smear at the top of our total energy use, a thin smear, almost like you have to squint at the chart to see them, compared to oil and gas and coal, which are still 80% of the total energy mix. So when we look at that, we are now at a really critical phase as a species, not as Europe, China, US, as a species, where for the first time in our species history, we're facing a leveling off of the amount of energy that we're able to extract, our primary sources of energy. And that's starting to nose over. That's what this next 10 years is about. It's a very awkward period of time. It's going to take extraordinary planning, sacrifice even. And I believe we could do it, but we have to have the right narrative. So I love the way you put that. The story about COVID, it's breaking down. We're finding out that even in a sort of poorly treated fashion, it has an infection fatality rate of around 0.2%. And that's clustered mainly in elderly people, and mainly elderly people with a lot of comorbidities. If you had early treatment, I bet we could get that down to 0.1% or less. And then we would find it's like the flu. And the question is, how many rights should you give up, and how many dreams should you give up, and should your businesses be closed, and should your children be, frightened and maybe traumatized, all because of that. And by the way, if we are going to cower and quake at a 0.2% or maybe a 0.1% infection fatality rate, what are we going to do when these really big problems and predicaments come that could be far more damaging? Are we going to just, crawl up and wait for our leaders to save us? No, that narrative's breaking down. It's breaking down big time here in my country. People are beginning to wake up, and not a minute too soon, because we really have to get citizens back involved in our overall solutions. And I'm a huge believer that the days of centralized control and power are over. The CDC, it's not as smart as all these people who run blogs that I know, who go through the data and come to conclusions and make the right choices months ahead of giant multi-billion-dollar, organizations. So that's the genius of what the internet has given us, and it's the genius of real democracy, where the people actually are faster, smarter, more nimble, such as yourselves, coming to figuring this stuff out way faster than the official narrative. But once people realize the narrative is broken, it's a very dangerous time. And that's why I think the European Central Bank, the Federal Reserve, they're printing money like crazy, They know that when they do that, it just mostly goes to billionaires and makes the rich even richer. And that's socially corrosive. As Plutarch said thousands of years ago, the oldest and most fatal ailment of all republics is a gap between the rich and the poor. So they're creating this gap, but they don't know what else to do except print more, and that's just what they do. That narrative, they're afraid if people catch on to that narrative and it breaks, then our markets break and financial systems break, and then things break, and they're afraid of that. Politicians are afraid that if their narrative, if they get caught out for having lied about vaccines, vaccine injuries, herd immunity, all of that, when that narrative breaks, they're afraid that their political institutions, their parties, their careers will break. It's on and on and on. But the issue that you're up against, and that, I think is just absolutely right, is the story is wrong. We have the wrong story. And when people have the right story, I have huge faith they'll do the right things. Absolutely. But when you have the wrong story, you prop it up as long as you want, but a wrong story will lead your business to fail. It'll lead your marriage to fail. It'll lead you to fail. Bad stories lead to bad outcomes. We're just running a story that just doesn't make sense on COVID, but that's a mirror of this larger story that doesn't make sense economically. And I know that's frightening for some people, but it's just reality too. And so it is what it is.
We have to get a clear picture of what's really going on. You're right. If we're following the wrong story, we're not going to have the right responses. It's only logical. I wrote my doctoral dissertation on the right to know about your physical condition. It's about it's a comparative law thing. I looked at what was going on in the United States and in those states that had already agreed to what is now called a durable power of attorney for health care. California and Oregon, I think they were the front runners there, while we didn't have that. And a lot had to do with the problem that people did not want to see what was really going on with their health. But you do have to know what's going on, even if it's terrible, because if you don't, you cannot react accordingly. Your response is always going to be wrong. And that is true for every walk of life, more or less, for economics in particular, I guess, because we can see right now what's going on. The system is breaking down.
Absolutely. So it well said. And here's an example. So I get into these debates often with economists, and I'm not an economist, but I play one on the internet. But I talk with them, and they have this underlying assumption, this dogma that sits under their entire profession. Everything is built on top of this one assumption. And this assumption is you can grow forever. Yeah.
Which is obviously wrong.
It's obviously wrong.
Yeah.
Right? But when I try and debate them on that, they say, no, we're going to take that off the table. We want our debate with that off the table. It's like, you can't take that off the table. It's your primary error. And everything on top of it built off of an error is an error. So infinite growth, that's what economists are trying to achieve. And that's why we've seen trillions and trillions of euros and dollar printing, because they're just trying to they need growth. It's so wedded into their ideological dogma that if you go backwards, they call that negative growth, right? It's just, yeah. So how do we go about changing this narrative from your perspective? What do we do here? How do we wake people up?
I think the only way is to educate people, to bring out the truth, to get them to understand the real facts. The funny thing is, it's not funny, it's eerie, that even though much of what we're discussing here in our sessions are so obvious, they're right in front of your face, they're in your face, some people seem to find it more comfortable to just sit back and wait until the government tells you where to go, what the next step should be, instead of taking responsibility into our own hands. I think you're right. We have to get people to not just sit there and wait, but to get involved, to take responsibility for their own lives. It starts in our families and then it goes on into the communities, because we've been talking about this for a long time. Wolfgang Wodak, who's the guy who, Dr. Wolfgang Wodak, who is the guy who stopped the swine flu, which was their first attempt at this pandemic. He was only capable of stopping that and tearing down the other side's mask so as to show that it was just a mild flu. Because he had the power, he was then in a position, he was a member of the German parliament, and he was also a member of the Council of Europe. But he's right from the start of this Corona Committee, he's been telling people we have to think regionally. We have to take our sovereignty back from these supranational global corporations, NGOs, the Davos clique. We have to be responsible for our own lives, and that has to mean that we have to get involved. We can't just sit and wait for other people to make the decisions and tell us what to do.
I mean, the problem at this point in time is that you have a lot of people who have also emotionally invested a lot into the narrative. You know, I mean, maybe if you weren't able to visit your dying mother due to these, restrictions, then if you now have to realize, oh, maybe it was not necessary to begin with, then it's very hard to face up to that. And it leaves you with a lot of guilt. Why didn't you speak up? Why weren't you more aggressive when the situation occurred? And so I think, of course, it gives you a lot of, or can give you a lot of fear, that you have to realize, wow, maybe it was financial interest driven what happened here, or like there were other reasons than just health aspects, that led to that horrific, pandemic response constellation. So I think it's tough to people to wake up. But then we see also a lot of people who are now having serious doubts, and also in the ministries, like the government. There's more and more people coming out. There's more and more doctors and people with influential positions who say, I cannot bear this any longer. And I think there's a lot there's a lot going on, and I think it's going to become like more and more obvious in the next few weeks. That it's really, especially when they're starting to, because that's what they have to do it over again. Because basically, once they let loose, the ends of this package that they've tied, or then it's all going to unfold, and you're going to see what's going on, that it wasn't necessary, because once you let go all the restrictions and nothing serious happens, I mean, people are going to have more and more questions. So I think they're under a lot of pressure, and the time is working, I think, for us.
Yeah, but there will probably be a gigantic crash. The big question is, how do we deal with it? Can we? And I think the only way to go about it is by following your advice. What was your mantra? Plant your own garden, something like that. That's how it starts. We have to make sure that we connect with the farmers in our region, so that we are not dependent on global supply chains anymore. This will not work overnight. We will have some serious problems as far as energy is concerned, probably just as well. I know I have a fireplace in my house, but how long is it going to last? I mean, the wood that it takes, you have to think about these things. But the most important problem, I think, is that there's two things. One, we cannot wait for everyone to come on board, because there are a lot of people out there, I hope it's not the majority of the people, but a lot of people out there who will not want to face up to this. They don't want to know these things, because it shatters their whole world view. They can't come to grips with the fact that we've been lied to by our own governments and the mainstream media, whom they have trusted. The public here in Germany, the public media are very powerful, and many of the people of the older generation, they can't fathom that they're being lied to. So that's problem number one. And the other problem is that we may not, or some people are afraid that we're not fast enough, that we have lost so much time that there's nothing to save anymore. I don't think so. I think it's never too late.
You know what? I also think that it's there's even more to gain now, because if if it hadn't been like this, we would have maybe been able to do some small adjustments, for like a little bit of a better world. I mean, maybe cut down on whatever this hedge fund investments, make these illegal or something like this. But now that people are, as a whole, so many people are asking a lot of questions now, and also having brought forward a lot of really good ideas how we could design life, our social life differently. Like we had this guest earlier, who has good ideas about like new schools, like whole different system of learning, and producing an atmosphere where people can create ideas. And I think there's so many ideas out there already, so we just have to bring all this together, and then in this aftermath, or like while it's going down, we can already set up quite a bit of a new society. And I mean, for instance, when we see there's a supply chain problem because of transportation issues, let's say that's the narrative, then we can already come together and see how can we organize transportation maybe in a better way, already with the ones that are now working locally, and organize ourselves to get overcome some of these problems. Of course, not all of them, but I think it's really giving us, opening up a lot of chances.
Exactly. So much wonderful things said there. And, I started my whole career, I'm a scientist, so I brought a lot of data. And I realized early on that most people don't change their opinions or their minds because of data, because it's a belief-based process. So beliefs, I had to do this whole tour through behavioral economics, behavioral evolution, looking at psychology. I understand mass psychosis now. And long story short, it turns out that as humans, we tend to, the short circuit that nature has given us is to form a belief system. And it's stored down in we don't have one brain, we have a 3-layered brain. And the deepest layer is very reactionary, and it's where our emotions are housed. And it's where nature said, yeah, we'll just record, the operating system down there. And the rest are sort of add-ons. And so I understood early on now that to really be effective and influential in talking people, particularly who are invested in a belief system, data, it's not a data conversation we're going to have. It's not like we give them slightly better data, they process it, and now they think something new. Always, including for me and for you and for everybody listening, for everybody, once you have a belief system, to change it is always an emotional, not an intellectual process. And so understanding that is really, really important. So I know that there's a lot of people out there who are very I call them deluded. There's these doctors, that are literally killing their patients because they refuse to look at the early treatment data. And this is going to be a really hard moment for them to come to grips with that. And maybe they won't be able to while, in this lifetime. But for now, my message to them is, listen, I think you have this wrong. And when you are ready to see it another way, or when you come to a different conclusion, I'll be here. We can have a conversation. I'm not going to rub your nose in it or spend time telling you how wrong you were or shaming you. I understand that I have to be as compassionate, as gentle as I can, because many of these people, I think we're all built differently. I think I'm built a way. Maybe you're built the same way. I don't know. But me and my tribe, we're built in a way where we're able to take new information, floods of it, and change our minds. And it's kind of I think it's a weird bell curve sort of percent of the population. But for a lot of people, they're not built that way. And the operating system is you take your instructions from the tribe, from the larger, from society. When that's wrong, and it's not just wrong, but it's wrong in a way that actually causes you to behave in ways that are morally indefensible, it's exceedingly psychologically difficult to face that. And I think there are going to be a lot of people having to face that. I have a lot of compassion for the pain they're going to go through. But in my country, my best guess is 80% of the doctors are going to have to face that at some point in time. And it's
same in
tragic.
This country. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's part one. Part two of all this awesome stuff that's being talked about here is that the carrot and the stick, we're never going to shame people or berate them into this side. We have to, it's like Buckminster Fuller said, you never change an existing system by tinkering with it. You build a better model and you make the old one obsolete.
Yes.
So this old model is already obsolete by the numbers. How many overweight, unhealthy people on, psychotropic drugs do we have? It's just astonishing. I was hearing, I think I might misremember the numbers, but I think Belgium has 13 million people and they consumed 300 million doses last year of SSRIs and other antidepressants, right? So you could just look at that as a Martian and say, we can do better, right? And people want to do better. We want lives of meaning and purpose and connectedness. And so there's a better life in front of us, all of this, but it begins with enough people saying, not this, I'd rather have this. And so that's where I'm putting more of my energy is how do we model this? How do we show this so that people can see there's a better life out there? Let's have a country of 13 million people with no antidepressants needed. That would be a better goal.
Yeah. And I think it's within reach right now. That's the, it's the fact that COVID is more or less shaking up society is also probably a good way to wake up many people. Not everyone can be awakened, but more and more people are awakening, and that's what they're afraid of. That's what the other side is afraid of, because they're not fast enough to stop this, and they have run out of options. They have exhausted everything, all of their means. They can keep printing money, but even that is now probably completely fruitless. It's not going to help them anymore. So I agree with you. There's no reason for despair. We should be glad that finally our eyes have been opened, because up until this, I have known for quite a while through my job, having to go to court, working for basically consumers and small and medium-sized corporations. I could see how corporations, large corporations, which are usually fraudulent corporations, like Deutsche Bank is one of the worst, or VW, I could see how they were under special protection in the courts of law. But I didn't put the dots together. I kept trying to think, well, maybe you, my colleague Catherine, maybe you should wear a different dress, or you should put on a different suit, or maybe we should get another expert opinion from one of the universities. No, that was not the point. The whole system was rigged, and now we can see it. And now we can change it.
Yeah, and that corruption is it's as old as history, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think we have to sort of square up to the idea that corporations don't deserve special treatment. They're just groups of people, mm-hmm. and to the extent to which we're just money focused, which is an old problem for humans, right? So mm-hmm. It's sometimes people say money is the root of all evil, but that's not the quote. The quote is, for the love of money is the root of all evil. Yeah. For the love of. It's our relationship to money. Not money itself. Money is neutral, but it's how we approach it. And so the things people do, like you mentioned, VW or Deutsche Bank or Monsanto, or we see things that corporations do for money that the individuals in those companies would never do. But as a group of people, because there's money and we have that shield of, well, you make up some reason for why it makes sense. We're doing awful stuff. And by the way, money is not a real thing. It's a social construct. What's real is that our biosphere is collapsing. The warning signs I see ecologically are grotesque and disturbing. We see social issues. We can do better. That's the point here, is we can do better. And people want to do better. Those are the two things that need to come together in this story. So I'm excited, too, for this waking up that's happening. It needs to happen. And if COVID is the thing that causes that to happen, and we finally say, oh, this level of corruption is working against us and not for us, and we can't just look past it anymore, and we can't pretend as if it doesn't exist because my life isn't too impacted by it, I guess, too directly. That's no longer the case. And so, yeah, I wholly support any and all groups that are coming together on this. And it's time for us to band together and find the people who believe this way, all the different issues we might care about. I think there's one umbrella under this that we can come together around, which is we don't have the luxury anymore of not coming together. We don't, no decision is a decision at this point. It's like there's an avalanche coming down a hill. Standing there and not making a decision which way to run is a decision. So that's where I think we have to understand the severity of this situation. Collapse is not an impossibility in this story. I know it's remote in some people's minds or unlikely, but it's not an impossibility because it's all interdependent, and we've had defective, corrupt leadership that's been unable to do anything really constructive around this. China is not, you go to China, totally different situation, right? They're building thorium reactors, which someday we'll license from them at great cost, I assume. They're figuring out how to build electric cars, but not big, giant Tesla roadsters with like awesome horsepower muscle, little tiny ones that are probably 50 to 100 times more energy efficient that make a lot of sense. They are comporting themselves with a future of scarce resources and figuring out what's best for their country in ways that make sense to me. I don't agree with how they go about it or all of their things, but I am telling you, they at least have plans that make sense against this tapestry of financial and resource issues we're talking about.
We have to take a real good look at what's really going on, so that we'll be able to make up our minds to make the right decisions. I don't quite understand the role of China. When we spoke with Whitney Webb, I think I mentioned that I gave an interview yesterday to Peter Breggin, who is one of the most important psychiatrists in the United States. He's the one who is basically responsible for getting rid of lobotomy. He's now 85 or 86 years old, but he believes that it's China which is really the source of all evil in this story. I don't quite agree with that. I know that they're part of the problem, and they're also one of the many different entities that are trying to divide the spoils of what they have just destroyed. But I don't quite understand. So I do think it's such, as you said at the beginning, it's such a complicated system that we're living, and we must always take a close look. It's really important so that we will be the ones who decide what the Great Reset looks like, and not them, because they are the ones who brought us where we are right now.
Yeah.
But I think it's also important to maybe understand that what we've seen now, at least, like that there's so many people who are really full of good intentions, and who really want to do the right thing. And, there's actually only a very few who seem to be, pulling the strings somehow, like what Whitney Webb says, that it's this Robert, what was his name? Cadlick, who pops up in this situation, pops up here again, and then another time there, and like they're all connected. But it seems to be it's a small clique, kind of, so it's also, that's why I have good hopes that once we have overcome this kind of system, and we have set up we must make sure that it's never going to happen again, that a few people, for their private interests, can gain that much power again and really overtake a system that's meant for everyone, to their own benefits. That we have to be very careful. But I think if we can do that and get the swarm, like everyone who has who means well involved, I think we have a very good chance of rolling in the right direction. You know.
I completely agree. And I was really taken by a set of books, and I interviewed the author, Daniel Quinn. He wrote Ishmael and another set called Beyond Civilization. It's just a beautiful little set of short paragraphs describing what it meant to be in civilizations. And by the way, we've been here before with this idea of a very tiny, tiny elite pulling the strings for their own benefit. And whether it was the Mayans or the Aztecs or any of these other ancient, cultures, it's kind of been the same thing. And what he describes in his book, he said the only way, and again, this is sort of the idea of building a better model. He said the reason some of those civilizations collapsed, like the Mayans, the Aztecs, is that the people lost they were no longer in the thrall of the narrative of the time. So in the Aztecs' time, there were these priests, They had to sacrifice people. They were typically drawn from the poorer families. They put the people on the altars, cut their hearts out. The rains would come, right? And then, of course, the rains didn't come for a period of time. The narrative shattered. And he said the way that those civilizations collapsed usually was not in some big violent overthrow, is that the people walked away. Yeah. They just scattered back into the jungle in those times. But that's the modern equivalent, is people need to walk away. So you start by withdrawing your consent. And it's harder now because they have really good tools. But one of the great sins that Google and Facebook and Twitter and Instagram have pulled is to convince us that we're actually isolated and in the minority. And we're not. So one of the first things I do is I withdraw my consent to allow those social media outlets, although I'm on them every day because of my business, I don't allow them to control my emotions anymore, or to allow me to form an opinion about how what my reach is, how important my message is, whether I'm being followed, all that. That's just junk. So withdrawing consent is the most important thing we can do. And that's where the elites get their power from, is that we consent to give it. So we have to withdraw that consent. And to me, I don't know any other way to do that except to get back to, like your other guest was saying, to get back to communities, to regions, we have to get back to that and start taking responsibility for our own selves. I do that in my town, right? So I bought a place, got some land, and I have cows now and chickens, and that's what I'm doing. But I'm doing this in a way so that I'm building the resilience of my town. And I work with other people in town who share that same mindset, and there's quite a few of us. So then once I think other people see enough of us doing it, they come over and they say, "What are you doing here?" I'm like, "Well, I have this really beautiful garden. I have this extraordinary place. I prefer to live surrounded by beauty and abundance." And so they can be attracted to the positive side of that message. And we hold real gatherings, and we talk about real things. I just had 100 people here last weekend, and it was fabulous. And the number one comment back was, "Oh my God, it was so relieving. Everybody there, we were having real conversations." That's what we all want. We want to be connected. We want to have meaning and purpose, and that's the better life that sits out there. Not the one that Twitter and Facebook or is it called Meta now? Whatever. Yeah. That's a bunch of junk. It's just complete crap.
Listen, I was going to show you this picture because that's what this is all about. You've probably seen this before. I don't know if you can see this. It's about withdrawing consent. I'm going to get a little bit closer.
Yeah, closer, please.
Can you see this?
Yes. Yes.
That's what this is all about.
Yeah, exactly.
Let them go to hell. We can play our own thing.
That's what they're afraid of.
They're afraid of us understanding this, and that's what's happening right now.
Exactly.
So this is a very positive note on which we can end today's session. I like this. We'll be in touch, Chris. This was pure pleasure. I thought this was, oh my God, we can't see the light at the end of the tunnel, but this is great because we can see the light at the end of the tunnel now. We know what to do.
Yep. So people often say, "Are you an optimist or a pessimist?" And I say, I'm neither. I'm an optimistic realist. You have to have the realism in order to find the optimism. You can't ignore it. And it just doesn't work. So it begins with that hard work of getting to the reality and going, I wish it was different, but that's what it is. Because now I know what to do, right? That's the relief in this story. So thanks for having me. It's been a real pleasure.
Thanks for being here. I think people will take a lot of comfort from what you had to tell us. And it shows us the right direction. It shows us that we're on the right track right now, even us. And by the way, it's happening in the U.S. as well. Not just with you, but there's many others. We had an active politician on our session a couple of weeks ago. Her name is Sue Frost. She's on the Board of Supervisors in Sacramento County. And she's telling me that she and a group of others, like-minded people, are now about to set up their own health insurance, which is completely different from what they have right now. It's much less expensive.
As it should be. I won't even tell you what I pay. It's like leasing two high-end Mercedes, you know, every month for nothing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks again. It's been absolutely wonderful. And
thank you very much.
We can do it again.
Yeah, we will. And have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, jetzt darfst du wieder den Menschen
ein. Now you may wish people a nice weekend again, a good weekend.
Okay, we've come to the end of the session. I was incredible, lots of in it and new stuff. So, I just wanted to leave my word on donations. We depend on donations to do our work. And so if you want to support us, that is very welcome. We are going to publish the second volume of the book, which we've been doing. And there's 3 video clips. I think the speech of the members of the European Parliament. I'm not sure if it's the German one only or... and we see that we are by no way the only people who do it. There are even some who dare to say this. The second clip shows us where we're headed to if we don't do anything. That's one of the Australian members of parliament who explains to the people that they got to get vaccinated every 6 months. Of course, he euphemistically says this is a great achievement. And the third clip is interesting because we will talk to that woman ourselves. It's astroturfing. So Cheryl Atkinson, who takes 10 minutes to explain what this is all about and understand to do as a great product. This is what you buy politicians with. You buy a space in the mainstream media. You get all the experts for the expertises, and you buy Wikipedia, manipulate everything, and the poor product that you've got, maybe the vaccination, turns out in something marvelous if the people go along. So we have to understand not only what they tell us and what the truth is, we also have to understand why some of us do not really get it. That is exactly because of this psychoterror which Professor Dismas has explained to us. That is due to the tactics like astroturfing. I think very, very well explained. Oh.
Right. I'm very happy that I managed to go through this meeting. If I get up, you'll probably have to carry me home because I can't really straighten up. Well, I hope it'll work out. Okay, I hope that everybody has a nice weekend, a nice Friday afternoon. Yeah, enjoy your weekend.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Ich meine Kollegin hier vorstellen und erteile ihr nun das. Bitte schön.
Ja, vielen Dank. Also das größte Problem, was ich im Zusammenhang mit dieser Covid-Krise tatsächlich sehe, ist, dass bürgerliche Rechte, Grundrechte immer weiter eingeschränkt werden. Und mir ist nicht erklärlich, warum die Bürger in den Mitgliedstaaten das mit sich machen lassen. Ich glaube, ein Erklärungsansatz dafür könnte tatsächlich der sein, dass, und das ist ein großer Nachteil von freien demokratischen Gesellschaften, sie erreichen irgendwann einen Punkt, an dem sie glauben, Demokratie, Rechtsstaatlichkeit und Freiheit sei irgendwie etwas Gottgegebenes und gäbe es immer und gab es schon immer. Und man macht sich überhaupt keine Gedanken mehr darum, dass, nein, diese Dinge mussten den Herrschern blutig abgetrotzt werden. Also es ist überhaupt kein Verständnis mehr für den Wert von Freiheit an sich da. Und das sehen wir jetzt auch in dieser Krise. Hier werden im Prinzip Grundrechte, also in Deutschland sind die im Grundgesetz verfassungsrechtlich verankert, die werden einfach von den Regierungen wie Privilegien ausgegeben oder wieder zurückgezogen. Und man hat so ein bisschen den Eindruck, die Grundrechte kann eben nur noch in Anspruch nehmen, wer sich wohl verhält. Und da muss ich ganz klar sagen, vor Covid habe ich keine Angst. Wovor ich tatsächlich Angst habe, sind Regierungen, die eben solche Krisen ausnutzen, um bürgerliche Freiheitsrechte einzuschränken und sie eben wie Privilegien gewähren oder nicht gewähren zu können. Und das muss aufhören. Dafür stehen wir in Europa eigentlich. Freiheit, Demokratie und Rechtsstaatlichkeit. Und unter keiner vorgeschobenen Grund kann und darf das jemals von einer Regierung eingeschränkt werden. Und das ist das große Problem. Und da müssen wir ran. Und das müssen wir den Europäern auch klar machen, dass sie das nicht länger mit sich machen lassen.
You will have to be vaccinated because the virus doesn't much care what you're going shopping for. It just doesn't. And you will spread it. You will make the job of our nurses harder. And if you're choosing to not be vaccinated, well, that is the wrong choice to make. I hope, and we'll play our part in this, like a month before your 6 months is up, then you will get a message and your vaccination certificate, the thing that gets you the green tick, you'll be prompted to go and book a time to go and have your booster shot. There may be state clinics in that, or it might be all done through GPs and pharmacy. That hasn't been worked through yet. We're happy to play our part though. So it'll be about the maintenance of your vaccination status.
So, consider this fictitious example that's inspired by real life. Say you're watching the news and you see a story about a new study on the cholesterol-lowering drug called Cholextra. The study says Cholextra is so effective that doctors should consider prescribing it to adults and even children who don't yet have high cholesterol. Is it too good to be true? You're smart, you decide to do some of your own research. You do a Google search, you consult social media, Facebook and Twitter, you look at Wikipedia, WebMD, a nonprofit website, and you read the original study in a peer-reviewed published medical journal. It all confirms how effective Cholextra is. You do run across a few negative comments and a potential link to cancer, but you dismiss that because medical experts call the cancer link a myth and say that those who think there is a link there are quacks and cranks and nuts. Finally, you learn that your own doctor recently attended a medical seminar. The lecture that he attended confirmed how effective Cholextra is, so he sends you off with some free samples and a prescription. You've really done your homework. But what if all isn't as it seems? What if the reality you found was false? A carefully constructed narrative by unseen special interests designed to manipulate your opinion. A Truman Show-esque alternate reality all around you. Complacency in the news media combined with incredibly powerful propaganda and publicity forces mean we sometimes get little of the truth. Special interests have unlimited time and money to figure out new ways to spin us while cloaking their role. Surreptitious astroturf methods are now more important to these interests than traditional lobbying of Congress. There's an entire industry built around it in Washington. What is astroturf? It's a perversion of grassroots, as in fake grassroots. AstroTurf is when political, corporate, or other special interests disguise themselves and publish blogs, start Facebook and Twitter accounts, publish ads, letters to the editor, or simply post comments online to try to fool you into thinking an independent or grassroots movement is speaking. The whole point of AstroTurf is to try to give the impression there's widespread support for or against an agenda when there's not. AstroTurf seeks to manipulate you into changing your opinion by making you feel as if you're an outlier when you're not. One example is the Washington Redskins name. Without taking a position on the controversy, if you simply were looking at news media coverage over the course of the past year or looking at social media, you'd probably have to conclude that most Americans find that name offensive and think it ought to be changed. But what if I told you 71% of Americans say the name should not be changed? That's more than 2/3. AstroTurfers seek to controversialize those who disagree with them. They attack news organizations that publish stories they don't like, whistleblowers who tell the truth, politicians who dare to ask the tough questions, and journalists who have the audacity to report on all of it. Sometimes astroturfers simply shove intentionally so much confusing and conflicting information into the mix that you're left to throw up your hands and disregard all of it, including the truth. Drown out a link between a medicine and a harmful side effect, say vaccines and autism, by throwing a bunch of conflicting paid-for studies, surveys, and experts into the mix, confusing the truth beyond recognition. And then there's Wikipedia. AstroTurf's dream come true. Billed as the free encyclopedia that anyone can edit, the reality can't be more different. Anonymous Wikipedia editors control and co-opt pages on behalf of special interests. They forbid and reverse edits that go against their agenda. They skew and delete information in blatant violation of Wikipedia's own established policies with impunity, always superior to the poor schlubs who actually believe anyone can edit Wikipedia, only to discover they're barred from correcting even the simplest factual inaccuracies. Try adding a footnoted fact or correcting a fact error on one of these monitored Wikipedia pages and poof, sometimes within a matter of seconds you'll find your edit is reversed. In 2012, famed author Philip Roth tried to correct a major fact error about the inspiration behind one of his book characters cited on a Wikipedia page. But no matter how hard he tried, Wikipedia's editors wouldn't allow it. They kept reverting the edits back to the false information. When Roth finally reached a person at Wikipedia, which was no easy task, and tried to find out what was going wrong, they told him he simply was not considered a credible source on himself. A few weeks later, there was a huge scandal when Wikipedia officials got caught offering a PR service that skewed and edited information on behalf of paid, publicity-seeking clients in utter opposition to Wikipedia's supposed policies. All of this may be why, when a medical study looked at medical conditions described on Wikipedia pages and compared it to actual peer-reviewed published research, Wikipedia contradicted medical research 90% of the time. You may never fully trust what you read on Wikipedia again, nor should you. Let's now go back to that fictitious Colextra example and all the research you did. It turns out the Facebook and Twitter accounts you found that were so positive were actually written by paid professionals hired by the drug company to promote the drug. The Wikipedia page had been monitored by an agenda editor also paid by the drug company. The drug company also arranged to optimize Google search engine results, so it was no accident that you stumbled across that positive nonprofit that had all those positive comments. The nonprofit was, of course, secretly founded and funded by the drug company. The drug company also financed that positive study and used its power of editorial control to omit any mention of cancer as a possible side effect. Once more, each and every doctor who publicly touted Colextra or called the cancer link a myth, or ridiculed critics as paranoid cranks and quacks, or served on a government advisory board that approved the drug, each of those doctors is actually a paid consultant for the drug company. As for your own doctor, the medical lecture he attended that had all those positive evaluations was, in fact, like many continuing medical education classes, sponsored by the drug company. And when the news reported on that positive study, it didn't mention any of that. I have tons of personal examples from real life. A couple of years ago, CBS News asked me to look into a story about a study coming out from the nonprofit National Sleep Foundation. Supposedly, this press release coming out said, the study concluded we're a nation with an epidemic of sleeplessness and we don't even know it, and we should all go ask our doctors about it. A couple of things struck me about that. First, I recognized the phrase, ask your doctor, as a catchphrase promoted by the pharmaceutical industry. They know that if they can get your foot through the door of the doctor's office to mention a malady, you're very likely to be prescribed the latest drug that's marketed. Second, I wondered how serious an epidemic of sleeplessness could really be if we don't even know that we have it. Right? It didn't take long for me to do a little research and discover that the National Sleep Foundation nonprofit and the study, which was actually a survey, not a study, were sponsored in part by a new drug that was about to be launched onto the market called Lunesta, a sleeping pill. I reported the study as CBS News asked, but of course I disclosed the sponsorship behind the nonprofit and the survey so that viewers could weigh the information accordingly. All the other news media reported the same survey directly off the press release as written without digging past the superficial. It later became an example written up in the Columbia Journalism Review, which quite accurately reported that only we at CBS News had bothered to do a little bit of research and disclose the conflict of interest behind this widely reported survey. So now you may be thinking, what can I do? I thought I'd done my research. What chance do I have separating fact from fiction, especially if seasoned journalists with years of experience can be so easily fooled? Well, I have a few strategies that I can tell you about to help you recognize signs of propaganda and astroturf. Once you start to know what to look for, you'll begin to recognize it everywhere. First, hallmarks of astroturf include use of inflammatory language such as crank, quack, nutty, lies, paranoid, pseudo, and conspiracy. Astroturfers often claim to debunk myths that aren't myths at all. Use of the charged language tests well. People hear something's a myth, maybe they find it on Snopes, and they instantly declare themselves too smart to fall for it. But what if the whole notion of the myth is itself a myth, and you and Snopes fell for that? Beware when interests attack an issue by controversializing or attacking the people, personalities, and organizations surrounding it rather than addressing the facts. That could be astroturf. And most of all, astroturfers tend to reserve all of their public skepticism for those exposing wrongdoing rather than the wrongdoers. In other words, instead of questioning authority, they question those who question authority. You might start to see things a little more clearly. It's kind of like taking off your glasses and wiping them and putting them back on and realizing for the first time how foggy they'd been all along. I can't resolve these issues, but I hope that I've given you some information that will at least motivate you to take off your glasses and wipe them and become a wiser consumer of information in an increasingly artificial, paid-for reality. Thank you.